Chapter 38 Mysterious Old Man. After they came to an agreement, they continued on their journey while riding the gray wolf. However, they didn't get along so naturally with each other as they'd done in the past. If Yang Yi didn't speak, then the woman would absolutely not speak before him, and Yang Yi was slightly helpless towards this. Something worthy of mentioning was that Yang Yi's cultivation had improved. Had arrived at the 8th rank of the mortal realm from the 7th rank. As for the reason for his sudden improvement, according to Yang Yi's guess, it was probably because of the effect of that union fruit. However, he wasn't sure, and he wanted to ask the woman behind him about it, yet he was afraid it would cause the atmosphere between them to be embarrassing. So, he could only bury this question in his heart. The two of them traveled for over 4 hours, traversed a few small mountains, and arrived near a mountain. It was a ramrod straight mountain that stood before them, and it shot into the clouds. They were utterly unable to lay eyes upon its peak while they gazed up from the ground. "There's a house over there!" Suddenly, Yang Yi looked towards the foot of the mountain, and he pointed at a cottage in the distance while his voice carried pleasant surprise in it. As she gazed at the cottage, the white-clothed woman frowned. However, she didn't stop Yang Yi from rushing over there. Even though she felt that something was slightly off about it, they didn't have any other way to leave this place now. The two of them had just arrived at the cottage when they saw the cottage door open slowly, and then a hunched old man in a tattered black robe walked out from within. The old man was very old, extremely old, and this was Yang Yi's first impression upon laying eyes on the old man. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and he only had a few strands of hair on his head, so it wasn't going too far to call the old man bald. The old man supported himself with a walking stick and walked slowly as if a gust of wind could push him down. A wisp of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes upon laying eyes on Yang Yi and the white-clothed woman, yet his gaze quickly recovered to normal, and then he supported himself with the walking stick as he walked slowly towards Yang Yi and the woman. When he saw this, Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart, and hurriedly got off the wolf to greet the old man. He bowed to the old man and said, "Senior, the two of us fell down Death Abyss, and we arrived here by chance. May I know who Senior is?" Even though the old man before him seemed to be terrifyingly weak, Yang Yi had no choice but to be careful. Because this old man was actually staying beneath Death Abyss, so how could he be an ordinary person? When he saw Yang Yi act so politely, the old man's wrinkled face revealed a trace of a gentle smile. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and he seemed to have seen something unbelievable. He stared at Yang Yi for a short while before he withdrew his gaze and said, "It has already been many years since someone has come here. Since both of you were able to arrive here, then it can be considered to be fate. Wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man supported himself with the walking stick and turned around before walking into the cottage. As he gazed at the old man, Yang Yi turned around to look at the white-clothed woman that had already arrived by his side, and he said, "Qin Shi, are you able to see through his strength?" After that had occurred, the woman was unable to endure Yang Yi's repeated requests, and told him her name. Qin Shi glanced at Yang Yi. Obviously, she wasn't used to Yang Yi addressing her in this way. However, she wasn't opposed to it as well. She went silent for a short while before she shook her head and said, "I feel that he's just like us, and his cultivation had been sealed. He's an ordinary person. However, there also seems to be something off about him." Yang Yi was just about to say something when the old man walked out once more from within the cottage. However, at this moment, there was a black-colored scroll and a pair of bracelets that flickered with a multicolored glow in his hand. While Yang Yi was bewildered by this, the old man had already arrived before them, and he blew off the dust on the black scroll in his hand before passing it to Yang Yi. He said, "After allowing dust to pile up on it for so long, it took me some time to find it. I notice you train in the sword, and this sword control technique ought to be of use to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the white-clothed woman by Yang Yi's side and said, "Since you're his Tao companion, then it wouldn't be good for me to allow you to return empty-handed. I'll give this pair of illusory crystal bracelets to you. I'm not his Tao companion." Su Qingshi's brows raised. If this old man didn't seem like he was halfway into the coffin, she would have probably made a move against him. Yan Yi was afraid a conflict would arise between Su Qingshi and the old man, so he hurriedly stood in front of the old man and bowed to the old man before he said, "Senior, there are no gains without pains. We've only just met for the first time, yet you've given us such presents. This..." Yan Yi and Su Qingshi both hadn't accepted the presents because this old man before them was too strange, and had given them presents upon meeting them. So, how could Yan Yi dare to accept the presents? The old man glanced at the angry Su Qingshi, and then he glanced at Yan Yi. After a short while he said, "I was rash. However, I don't have any ill intent. These two things are only growing mold in my possession, so it's better to give it to the two of you." When he heard this, Yan Yi felt that it wasn't good to refuse, so he received the scroll from the old man. He was just about to open it and have a look when the scroll instantly transformed into a wisp of green light that vanished in his hands. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed, and had arrived at a vast grey world. Right when Yan Yi was utterly bewildered, he saw a black figure suddenly appear not too far away from him. The black figure held a sword and had his back towards Yan Yi as he said, "Sword control technique, a low-grade earth rank sword technique. I created it by gathering a myriad of sword techniques, and it comes from a myriad of sword techniques. However, it's unlike the other sword techniques of the world. This sword technique stresses upon controlling the sword with the heart, and it isn't restrained by sword chi or sword moves. It moves at will." As soon as he finished speaking, the black figure waved his right hand, and the sword behind him shot into the sky. After that, the black figure didn't seem to make any movement, yet the sword seemed like a playful child in midair. It moved right for a while, then moved left, then charged forward, then swiftly descended, and it carried out all sorts of movements in the air. At the side, Yan Yi's chin almost hit the ground from this sight, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva with force before he muttered, "Controlling the sword with the heart, he really is controlling the sword with the heart." That wasn't the end of it. The sword that was ceaselessly dancing about in midair suddenly trembled rapidly. After that, a strand of sword chi shot explosively towards the sky from the tip of the sword. In the next moment, the sword shot a few strands of sword chi towards various different directions, and for a time, sword chi crisscrossed throughout the sky. After shooting out over 100 strands of sword chi, the sword and the black figure gradually vanished. At the same time, a voice suddenly and gradually sounded out. "One that comes after me, remember the heart technique of the sword control technique. The sword control technique depends on the regulation of breathing, maintaining a clear mind, concentration, and allowing man, sword, and the elements to fuse into one." After it finished reciting this formula, Yan Yi instantly felt the heavens and the earth spinning around him, and when he opened his eyes next, he saw the old man looking at him with a smile. Yan Yi looked at the white-clothed woman as he hoped that she would explain the situation from before to him. "A technique inheritance." The white-clothed woman understood and explained. "Some experts utilize divine abilities to record some of their techniques into scrolls. These are called inheritances, and they're able to allow one to personally feel everything about the technique. There are numerous benefits from this." When he heard this, Yan Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart, and he turned around to bow to the old man before he said, "Thank you, senior." Even though he didn't know why the old man gifted him a sword technique, he had really obtained an earth-rank sword technique. The old man smiled, and then he passed a pair of bracelets in his hand to Yan Yi and said, "I know you have many questions, but because of certain reasons, I can't tell you the answer. As for your desire to leave this place, I can help. But I want to raise a condition." Yan Yi received the pair of bracelets, and then he said, "So long as I can accomplish it, then I will absolutely not refuse." The old man nodded and said, "This condition isn't anything difficult. I just hope that if you attain the monarch realm one day, then please make a trip here. At that time, they'll have something to entrust you with." Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when heard this because he felt fortunate that the old man didn't ask him to do something difficult right now. He immediately agreed and said, "If I attain the monarch realm, then he'll definitely come looking for Senior. He'll do as I've said? Even though he didn't know if he would be able to attain the monarch realm in his entire lifetime, since the old man had said this, then he could only agree. In any case, it was a matter for the future. The old man nodded with satisfaction upon hearing Yan Yi, and then he waved his right hand. A blue-colored circle appeared by the side of Yan Yi and the woman. The blue circle could fit around 3 people, and a dense expanse of symbols flickered at the bottom of the blue circle. A teleportation formation. When they saw this blue circle, the expressions of Yan Yi and the woman changed immediately. They'd seen teleportation formations in the past because the Sword Sect had a teleportation platform, and there were numerous teleportation formations there. Moreover, those teleportation formations could teleport one to numerous cities. It could be said that teleportation formations weren't really rare. However, to their shock, this old man before them had actually made a teleportation formation with a wave of his hand, and this was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just Yan Yi who was shocked, even Su Qingshi was the same. She glanced deeply at the old man, and besides wonder, there was also deep fear in her eyes. The old man seemed as if he didn't notice the shock on their faces at all, and he said, "This teleportation formation can teleport the 2 of you to Death Mountain Range. Right, don't expose this place to anyone else. It's for your own good. Go on." Yan Yi took a deep breath and bowed once more to the old man. After that, he pulled Su Qingshi's hand and walked into the blue circle. As soon as they walked in, a strand of blue light surged up from beneath them, and it instantly enveloped the 2 of them before the 2 of them vanished with a swish. As he watched the blue light vanish, the smile on the old man's face was gradually restrained, and he muttered in a low voice, "Why was I unable to see through his future? Why?" Chapter 39 Giving a Treasure Away. The heavens and the earth spun around him. When Yan Yi opened his eyes next, the scene before his eyes caused his expression to turn grim. There were over 10 brown bears around the size of the gray wolf that were staring fixedly at him, and there were a few dark beasts that were still bleeding and hadn't breathed the last breaths in between Yan Yi and the brown bears. Obviously, these brown bears were enjoying the fruits of their victory. How misfortunate! The corners of Yan Yi's mouth twitched, and then he didn't even give it a thought before pulled Su Qingshi behind him. After that, he withdrew the low-grade profound rank sword and laughed embarrassedly as he said, "It's an accident, a coincidence, a real coincidence. All of you go on ahead." A wisp of a strange expression flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes when Yan Yi pulled her behind him, and when she heard Yan Yi's words, the corners of Su Qingshi's mouth curled up slightly to form a wisp of a moving smile. Unfortunately, only the brown bears remained in Yan Yi's eyes now, and he didn't notice this gorgeous scene. It was fine when Yan Yi remained silent, yet as soon as he spoke, those brown bears instantly stood up before slapping their cattail leaf-sized paws on their chests. After that, they leaped and pressed down towards Yan Yi and Su Qingshi like mountains. Yan Yi's pupils constricted. Right when he was about to fight desperately, a sword light flashed, and then Yan Yi watched to his astonishment as those 9th-rank dark beasts instantly transformed into a few pieces, causing fresh blood to spray like a fountain from all the brown bears. It was a rather magnificent scene. Bang! The brown bears fell to the ground and caused a huge cloud of dust and dirt to rise into the air. Yan Yi was jolted back to his senses by this, and he turned around to look at Su Qingshi. He saw Su Qingshi standing proudly with the green sword in hand, and she had a carefree expression while she'd recovered the confident, imposing aura that she had that day. You've recovered your strength?" Yan Yi instinctively took 2 steps back as he spoke. Su Qingshi nodded. When did you recover?" Yan Yi was puzzled. He remembered that she'd told him that if she didn't return to the Sword Sect, then it would be utterly impossible for her to recover from the divine ability that Blood Hand utilized on her. Su Qingshi looked towards the direction of Death Abyss, and she said in a low voice, "It was probably that old man who did it for me." Yan Yi nodded when he heard this. It was understandable if it was that old man. Yan Yi didn't know how strong that old man was, But since the old man had casually gifted away an earth rank technique, and was living at the bottom of Death Abyss, such a person was definitely not a frail and weak old man. Suddenly, Su Qingshi turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and she casually waved the green sword in her hand. Even though she didn't reveal any killing intent, Yang Yi's eyes still twitched, and he took another few steps back before he said, You wouldn't go back on your word, right? What do you think? Su Qingshi spoke indifferently. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he shook his head and said, You want? Why? Yang Yi smiled and said, Even though I've only known you for a short period of time, my instinct tells me that you're not someone that'll go back on her word. If you wanted to kill me, then you ought to have been able to while we were still at the bottom of the abyss, and even if you were unable to accomplish that, you would have at least been able to take me down with you. Since you didn't kill me down there, then you probably wouldn't after we've come back up here. Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi refused to show weakness and met her gaze as well. After a short while, Su Qingshi waved her hand, and the green sword transformed into a wisp of green light that appeared beneath her feet. She said, Remember, I'm sparing your life because you're valuable to the sword sect, and if you don't display proper value then I won't show mercy. Yang Yi smiled lightly when he heard this. This woman is all bark on the outside but soft on the inside. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he withdrew the pair of bracelets the old man gave him and walked over to Su Qingshi before passing it over to her while he said, This is yours. Yang Yi didn't determine the quality of the bracelets, but he knew that this pair of bracelets was definitely not ordinary. Su Qingshi glanced at the bracelets before she said, He gave it to you. Then I'm giving it to you now. Yang Yi smiled as he spoke. Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before her gaze descended onto the bracelets. After a long time, she said in a low voice, This pair of bracelets are at the mid-grade of the earth rank. Even our sword sect doesn't have many treasures at the earth rank, and this is even a pair of them. Are you sure you want to give them to me? How precious were earth rank treasures? No one in the Southern Territory knew because earth rank treasures were treasures that only existed in legend to most of the cultivators in the Southern Territory. Just as Su Qingshi had said, even large sects like the sword sect didn't possess many earth rank treasures, and that was why she asked this question. Yang Yi was shocked as well when he heard Su Qingshi because had never expected that this pair of bracelets were actually at the earth rank. But so what about that? In next to no time, his expression recovered his calm, and he directly grabbed Su Qingshi's hand and placed the pair of bracelets in her hand. He said, Truthfully speaking, I'm extremely shocked in my heart, but so what? They're yours now. Su Qingshi gave Yang Yi a deep glance before she wore the bracelets. Instantly a wave of dazzling light erupted from her hands, and then the scene before Yang Yi's eyes changed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in a world that was covered in golden icy crystals, and sharp golden ice crystals were everywhere within his field of vision. Suddenly, the ice crystals moved, and this scene shocked Yang Yi. In the next moment, those ice crystals suddenly transformed into numerous sharp blades that shot violently towards him, and Yang Yi was astounded as he watched this occur. However, right at this moment, the scene before his eyes changed once more, and all the ice crystals vanished while he returned to reality. Yang Yi shook his head, and then shot his gaze at Su Qingshi, and his expression immediately changed when he saw her. Because at this moment, Su Qingshi's body was actually covered in a layer of multicolored light. The multicolored light seemed like a set of tight-fitting clothes that tightly covered her graceful body, and it flickered with an illusory glow under the rays of sunlight. What's going on? Yang Yi was puzzled. Su Qingshi glanced at the bracelet in her left hand, and a wisp of fondness flashed in her eyes. She explained, Earth-rank treasures usually possess unbelievable abilities. Amongst these two bracelets, one is offensive while the other is defensive. That illusion formation from before was created by the offensive bracelet, and the environment within that formation isn't an illusion. If you're injured within there, then your spiritual energy and the energy of your soul would suffer a heavy injury in reality. When she spoke up to here, she glanced at the bracelet on her right hand and continued. This is the defensive bracelet, and it's able to form an energy armor on my body with a single command in my heart. I tested the energy armor earlier, and even with my strength, a full force strike of mine was actually unable to harm it at all. With this pair of bracelets, I'm confident in my ability to go against experts at the Exalt realm. Moreover, these two bracelets also contain space within them like spatial rings, and when combined, the two spaces within them covers an area of around 300 m. Yang Yi was extremely shocked when he heard this. In the past, had heard that Earth-rank treasures were extremely abnormal, yet had never expected that they would be so abnormal. Not to mention anything else, just that illusion formation from before was absolutely able to crush him without giving him any room to resist if Su Qingshi didn't stop it in time. Moreover, the bracelets even had spaces of their own within them, and an area of 300 m was a few tens of times larger than his spatial ring. When she saw the shock on Yan Ye's face and the admiration in his eyes, Su Qingshi said indifferently, What? You regret giving them to me? Yan Ye's expression changed when he heard this, and he took a deep breath and gazed at her as he said in a serious manner, I admit that Earth-rank treasures are extremely tempting. But so what about that? Fairy Su, you underestimate me, Yan Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi turned around and walked over to the pile of brown bears that Su Qingshi had dealt with, and then he dug up their inner cores because had wanted to do this since a long time ago. Truthfully speaking, was Yan Yi regretful? Actually, he wasn't at all. An earthly rank treasure was tempting indeed, but he really wasn't regretful. In any case, he didn't regret giving it to Su Qingshi. He didn't know if this could be considered as affection, but in any case, he didn't regret it in his heart. Moreover, the bracelet was obviously for women. So, not only would it be useless in his possession, it would even bring disaster to him. As she watched Yan Yi dig the inner cores out, Su Qingshi suddenly started chuckling, yet she quickly returned to normal. For some unknown reason, when she noticed Yan Yi get angry because of what she said at the end, an unprecedented feeling had actually arisen in her heart, and for some unknown reason, she actually felt slightly happy. She shook her head and raised her head to gaze at the horizon, and for some unknown reason, her heart grew more and more uneasy. Yan Yi happily put all the inner cores away because these 10+ inner cores were quite a huge amount of wealth to him. As for the bear skin and the other parts of the brown bears, with his current level of wealth, he didn't value them at all. Let's go! Su Qingshi walked up onto the green sword, and then she gazed at Yan Yi as she spoke in an indifferent voice. Yan Yi was delighted in his heart upon hearing this, and he didn't hesitate to hurriedly run onto the sword. Flying atop a sword and looking down upon the world was something Yan Yi had dreamt of doing. After Yan Yi stood onto the sword, Su Qingshi waved her hand lightly, and the sword instantly transformed into a strand of green light that charged up into the sky. Yan Yi was caught off guard by the sudden flight of the sword, and he almost fell off from it. Fortunately, his reaction was sufficiently swift, and he held forcefully onto Su Qingshi. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly from being embraced forcefully by Yan Yi. She hesitated for a short moment, yet in the end, she didn't kick Yan Yi down, and just sped up instead. Chapter 40 Returning to the Sect. Cultivating. After she sent Yan Yi to the training grounds, Su Qingshi turned around and left. During this entire period of time, she hadn't spoken a single word to Yan Yi, and this caused him to feel slightly helpless and reluctant. However, he was clearly aware that it was mostly because of his tight embrace that her attitude seemed so cold and indifferent now, and Yan Yi's face flushed slightly red when he recalled his display on the sword. Yan Yi took a deep breath and discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind. It wasn't the time to think about relationships because he had even more important things to do right now. He still clearly remembered that the outer court exam was about to begin over 10 days from now. Of course, becoming an outer court disciple wasn't his main objective, and his objective was to become an inner court disciple instead. However, he had to first become an outer court disciple before he could become an inner court disciple. Besides that, he had a battle of life and death against Lu Qingyu. He could only win in that battle because defeat was equivalent to death, and he didn't want to die. Moreover, there was also the ascension rankings a year from now. In short, no matter if it was for his loved ones, himself, or for his future Tao companion, he had to cultivate with all his might. Only with pressure is there motivation. Yang Yi walked towards Clear Breeze Gorge. Now, it was time for him to cultivate desperately. There were 7 main peaks in the Sword Sect, and the largest peak in the Sword Sect, Sky Peak, was where the Sword Sect's master resided. Sky Peak was the residence of the sect master's line resided, and it was the highest of the 7 peaks. Sky Peak, Sky Hall. Sky Hall was the largest building on Sky Peak, and at the same time, it was the place where the Sword Sect discussed important affairs. It was extremely vast, and it could accommodate over 10,000 people. If any major incident arose in the Sword Sect, then the peak masters of the 7 main peaks and all the elders of the inner court would converge here. At this moment, 2 men and a woman were standing within Sky Hall. The woman was precisely Su Qingshi, who just returned to the Sword Sect. As for the other 2 men, they were exactly Yu Heng and the white-haired old man that had headed to Death Mountain Range to search for Su Qingshi that day. After he finished listening to Su Qingshi, the white-haired old man's expression turned icy cold, and ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes as he said, "Those disciples of my Sword Sect were really killed by the Ghost Sect. How audacious of them! They actually dared to enter into the territory of my Sword Sect to kill our disciples. The Ghost Sect is really getting more and more unbridled." Su Qingshi said in a low voice. "Marshal Uncle Yulin, the members of the Ghost Sect would probably have not traveled such a distance to the Grand Myriad Mountains just to temper themselves and kill a few outer court disciples of my Sword Sect. Qingshi feels that the Ghost Sect is definitely planning something in the Grand Myriad Mountains, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to dispatch Bloodhand and another few Spirit Realm experts to the Grand Myriad Mountains." Yu Heng nodded with agreement from the side and said, "Senior brother, Qingshi is right. The Ghost Sect arrived silently at the Grand Myriad Mountains, and even dispatched so many Spirit Realm experts. They're definitely planning something, and our Sword Sect must take precautions against it." When he heard this, Yulin pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, "Yu Heng, ask Yusha to dispatch 10 sword guards, and ask them to search Nether Wolf Gorge, Snake Forest, and Death Abyss inch by inch and kill any members of the Ghost Sect they see." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and said, "Yu Heng, for safety's sake, you go as well. If you encounter any trouble that you're unable to deal with, then notify me via transmission talismans." "Yes." Yu Heng nodded before turning around and leaving the hall. After Yu Heng left, Yulin looked at Su Qingshi and hesitated for a moment before he said, "Qingshi, Yu Heng and I captured 2 disciples of the Ghost Sect that day, and they said that you leaped down Death Abyss with someone. Is that true?" "It is." Su Qingshi didn't conceal the truth. Yulin's mouth opened when he heard this, and he intended to say something. However, when he noticed Su Qingshi's drooping eyes, he didn't say anything in the end, and he just smiled and said, "No matter what, it's good since you've returned. Besides that, if you encounter disciples of the Ghost Sect in the future, you must remember not to be careless and underestimate your opponent. After all, you're the only person in the Sword Sect that has occupied a position in the Hidden Dragon rankings. Qingshi will commit it to memory." "That's good. Go on and rest." After she left Sky Hall, Su Qingshi looked towards the direction of Labor Peak. In the end, she hadn't spoken about Yang Yi while she was within the hall. With Yang Yi's strength and 5-element profound energy, if she told them about him, then he would definitely be valued highly by the Sword Sect. However, conversely, Yang Yi would also become a target for all. A tree that stood above the forest would definitely be destroyed by the wind. If others were to know that Yang Yi didn't just possess gold element profound energy, and he was even a talisman master, the powers that had hostile relationships with the Sword Sect would definitely dispatch experts to eliminate Yang Yi. Especially the Ghost Sect, They would absolutely not allow a disciple like Yang Yi to grow. So, after considering everything, in the end, Shed decided to not disclose the fact that Yang Yi was a talisman master and possessed gold element profound energy. The sword sect is still a bit too weak. Su Qingshe sighed. If Yang Yi was a disciple of the Origin School or the Two Palaces, then no matter how audacious the ghost sect was, it would dare make a move against Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was in the sword sect, so the ghost sect dared to do it. It wasn't only because the ghost sect and the sword sect were bitter enemies, and it was also because the sword sect was at the bottom in strength amongst the 6 great powers. His trip to the Grand Myriad Mountains allowed Yang Yi to obtain sword skills at the profound rank and earth rank, and had even obtained a movement technique. All of these 3 techniques were extremely useful to him now, especially the sword control technique. When Yang Yi carefully recalled everything about the sword control technique, he almost jumped up with excitement because he would be able to control a sword and fly once the sword control technique was cultivated to the 1st level. The sword sect had sword techniques related to controlling a sword to fly, but the outer court elders had said that one had to attain the spirit realm before it was possible. Because only the profound energy of spirit realm experts was sufficient to sustain the consumption of this technique. Moreover, once one attained the spirit realm, the sword could be placed within the dantian to be nurtured, allowing one to communicate with the sword and form a certain level of a link with the sword. Only in this way would one be able to control a sword and fly. So, even though flying on a sword was something all the disciples of the sword sect dreamt of, its difficulty caused them to stop before it. Even outer court elders utilized flying treasures when they left the sect. However, now, Yang Yi didn't have to attain the spirit realm in order to fly on a sword like the disciples of the sword sect had to. He only had to cultivate this earth rank technique to the 1st level, and he would be able to utilize his profound energy to control his sword and attain the effect of flying on a sword. Of course, it was a slightly huge consumption of profound energy, but Yang Yi, who possessed a few tens of thousands of energy stones, didn't care about the consumption of profound energy at all. The sword control technique was divided into 2 levels. The 1st level, controlling swords with profound energy, and the 2nd level, controlling swords with the heart. Of course, as an earth rank technique, the sword control technique didn't merely make the sword move according to one's will, and it had numerous profound methods of usage. Just like when had obtained this inheritance that day, and that black figure had made the sword emanate sword chi while it had left his grasp. If the sword control technique was cultivated the 2nd level, then it would be equivalent to possessing independent support. The sword moved according to will, and this was extremely terrifying. Actually, strictly speaking, the sword control technique couldn't be said to be a sword technique, and it should be considered as an auxiliary technique. Because it wasn't a move at all, yet it was absolutely not weak because its auxiliary ability was extremely heaven-defying. Just think about it. If one's sword suddenly flew behind one's opponent in battle and executed a strand of sword chi, what would be the outcome? Moreover, the black figure in the inheritance didn't state that one could only control a single sword. As for how many swords one was able to control, it depended entirely on one's own ability. In the next few days, besides eating, Yang Yi spent all of his time cultivating sword techniques in Cool Breeze Gorge. He had to cultivate 3 sword techniques now, and it could be said to be extremely laborious. However, Yang Yi felt extremely excited instead when faced with this. Because in the past, he didn't possess any techniques to cultivate, yet now had suddenly obtained a profound rank and earth rank sword technique, so how could he not be excited? The sword chi finger technique wasn't too bad, and after 3 days of bitterly cultivating it without end, Yang Yi was finally able to execute a strand of sword chi with his finger, whereas, he was able to execute 2 strands of sword chi with the energy split sword technique. However, the sword control technique's progress was extremely slow. So long as his sword left his grasp, it was at most able to stay in the air for around 10 breaths of time before it would fall to the group, let alone move. However, Yang Yi wasn't dispirited by this. He was able to train in the basic sword technique for 2 years, so how could he be unable to persist in cultivating an earth rank technique? If once wasn't enough, then 100 times. If 100 times weren't enough, then 10,000 times. Success would arrive eventually. On this day, Yang Yi stood atop that enormous rock he usually utilized to cultivate on in Cool Breeze Gorge, and a sword floated in the air before him. His hands remained in a forward-lifting position, while his eyes stared fixedly at the sword that floated in the air before him, and he didn't even dare blink his eyes. The violet mink wasn't too far away from him, and it mimicked him and was staring fixedly at the sword as well. However, it wasn't as serious as Yang Yi, and its lively eyes blinked frequently. It seemed extremely cute. At a certain moment in time, Yang Yi gradually moved his hands. Along with the movement of his hands, the sword that floated at their center suddenly started to tremble before it gradually started moving as well. However, it was slightly slow, and if one didn't look carefully, it was utterly impossible to notice its movement. Yang Yi was delighted when he saw the sword move slowly, but he didn't dare be careless, and he held his breath in concentration for a while before continuing to move slowly. "Little laborer, you're finally back." Right at this moment, a clear, melodious, and familiar voice sounded out from the right. When he heard this voice, Yan Ye's hand trembled, and the sword instantly fell to the ground. Yan Ye's entire face turned black when he witnessed this scene, and then he turned around to look at the culprit. Chapter 41: The Little Fellow's Charm. On the enormous rock, Yang Yi concentrated his mind and stared at the empty talisman paper on the rock. At the same time, the fine talisman brush in his hand was gradually moving on the paper. The little fellow and Bauer stood at his side while they stared fixedly at the empty talisman paper. However, Bauer wasn't as serious as the little fellow and Yang Yi, and she alternated between watching Yang Yi craft the talisman and looking at the cute little fellow. Moreover, her eyes balls spun frequently, and she seemed to be coming up with some sort of plan. After a long time, Yang Yi withdrew the brush and took a deep breath before he looked at Bauer and said in a light voice, "How is it? I craft talismans just like that. There's nothing wrong with it, right?" As soon as she arrived today, Bauer had said that she wanted to watch him craft a talisman, or it should be said that she said she intended to guide him. As a beginner, how could Yang Yi dare disobey his senior sister's request? For the sake of pleasing his senior sister, Yang Yi had been unprecedentedly serious and careful this time, and it was all for the sake of pleasing this senior sister of his. Bauer moved her gaze away from the little fellow with great difficulty, and then she picked up Yang Yi's strength talisman. When she noticed that the strength talisman was a high-grade talisman, Bauer's eyes blinked swiftly before she looked at Yang Yi for a short while. In the end, she said, It's actually not bad. Of course, your speed is still a bit too slow, and it needs to be a bit quicker." As soon as she finished speaking, Bauer's face flushed red. Yang Yi nodded in agreement because even he felt that utilizing an hour to craft a strength talisman was slightly slow. However, he was clearly aware that he couldn't be impatient, and he could only gradually improve his speed. When she saw Yang Yi nod, Bauer's eyes narrowed while she revealed a brilliant smile on her little face. Actually, the speed Yang Yi crafted talismans at and the quality of his talismans was already very good, and at the very least, it was much better than when she was still a beginner. However, she refused to tell this to Yang Yi because her grandfather had once said that one couldn't be proud because pride would cause one to fall behind. When she recalled her grandfather's words, Bauer nodded with deep agreement, and she said in her heart, "Yes, I can't allow the little laborer to be proud. I have to strike a blow to his confidence." "Bauer, your grandfather, master. Has he returned?" asked Yang Yi. Yang Yi really wanted to meet this master that had obtained so easily. Because based on the attitude those outer court disciples had towards Bauer, this master of his was definitely an extremely formidable figure, and it would definitely be extremely beneficial if he was able to lean on this large mountain. Bauer's smile vanished when her grandfather was mentioned, and she puckered her lips and said, "That geezer has already left for a month." "Humph! What sort of talisman master's conference would take so long? He has definitely snuck off to have fun by himself, and he didn't even bring Bauer along. Once he returns, he'll definitely pull off his beard. He still hasn't returned, huh?" Yang Yi was slightly disappointed. He didn't really desire to rely on this huge mountain that was Baur's grandfather, and he just wanted to learn talisman crafting techniques from him. Presently, his speed of improvement was truly too slow because he was fumbling about by himself, and if he had the guidance of a great talisman master, then he believed his improvement would definitely be extremely swift. "Let's not mention him any more," Baur spoke with slight anger. Suddenly, her eyeballs spun before she pointed at the violet mink by Yang Ye's side and said, "Little laborer, who's that?" She had desired to ask this question since a long time ago. The violet mink blinked, and then it descended onto Yang Ye's shoulder with a flash because this little girl's gaze was too aggressive. Yang Yi was stunned. When he noticed Baur's eyes that flickered with the glow of excitement, a bad feeling instantly arose in his heart. The little fellow is extremely cute, and this little she-devil definitely likes the little fellow. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi organized his words before he said, "It's my friend, and it has helped me greatly. I'll give you 10 high-grade talismans in exchange for it." Baur interrupted Yang Yi and directly laid down her price. Shed taken a liking to this little fellow as soon as Shed laid eyes on it, and she felt that it was too cute just like her. Yang Yi's head ached slightly because the little fellow absolutely couldn't be given to Baur. Moreover, even if he was willing to give the little fellow away, the little fellow would definitely be unwilling to go with Baur. He wasn't confident in the little fellow, and he was confident in his tiny vortex instead. 15 high-grade talismans. Baur's gaze moved from the little fellow and onto Yang Yi. However, when she gazed at Yang Yi, her gaze had become slightly hostile. The little fellow understood Baur, and it was naturally unwilling to go with Baur. For the sake of preventing Yang Yi from giving it away, it held Yang Yi's face with both its claws and ceaselessly rubbed its little head against Yang Yi's face in order to display its intentions. However, it hadn't realized that its actions had caused Baur to feel envious from the sight of it. Yang Yi rubbed his head against the little fellow's head and then laughed bitterly as he said, "Baur, the little fellow isn't an object, it's my friend, and it's following me out of its own free will. We haven't formed any contract between us. So, I don't have the authority to give it away." When he noticed Baur seemed to be on the verge of flaring up, Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Of course, if it's willing to go with you, then I'll absolutely not object to it. This will completely depend on Baur's own ability." When she heard those last few sentences from Yang Yi, Baur's expression eased up as she said, "Little laborer, you're not allowed to go back on your word. If the little fellow is willing to go with me, then it's mine from then on. I'll absolutely not object to it," Yang Yi hurriedly guaranteed. Baur nodded with satisfaction when she heard Yang Yi, and then she looked at the little fellow and grinned as she said, "Little mink, come with Baur. Baur has a huge number of nice things. I have medicinal pills, talismans, and numerous high-grade spirit herbs. In short, if you come with Baur, then everything Baur has is yours, all right?" What a rich little girl! Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard her because Baur was truly and utterly a rich little girl. The little fellow shook its head in an extremely decisive manner. At the same time, its little claws grabbed tightly onto Yang Yi's hair. Baur didn't become dispirited from this, and she continued to tempt it. "If you don't like Baur's things, then Baur has a grandfather, and grandfather has a huge number of extremely nice things. For example, the inner cores of spirit rank dark beasts, spirit fruits, and numerous earth rank and profound rank spirit herbs. If you agree to come with Baur, then Baur will steal them for you. What do you think?" When he heard her, Yang Yi really wanted to say, "Allow me to follow by your side." The little fellow still shook its head. It didn't take a liking to any of those things because it wasn't an ordinary mink. Baur was extremely patient, and she continuously tempted the little fellow for around 2 hours, and the conditions she raised caused Yang Yi to wish for nothing more than to become a violet mink. However, the little fellow shook its head from the beginning until the end. Moreover, in the end, it seemed to be unable to endure Baur's fervor, and it directly entered into Yang Yi's dantian, causing Baur to be angered to the point being on the verge of crying. Yang Yi was extremely pleased by the little fellow's attitude. Since it was able to endure such temptation, it would seem like the tiny vortex is extremely tempting to the little fellow, And it's even to the extent that such tempting conditions were unable to sway the little fellow at all. When she saw the little fellow vanish into Yan Ye's belly, Bauer instantly vented the anger she suffered from the little fellow onto Yan Yi. She cried and bawled, and she seemed as if she'd continue crying until Yan Yi gave the little fellow to her. When she utilized this move against her grandfather, it had always worked like a charm. Yan Yi instantly had a headache when he saw Bauer wailing like this. This little she-devil before me is around the same age as little Yao, yet why is there such a large gap in their dispositions? Even though little Yao is slightly mischievous, she's extremely gentle. This little she-devil has really been spoiled by that master of mine. Yan Yi stretched out his hand to wipe the tears on Bauer's face and said, "Don't cry, I have a way to allow you to get close to the little fellow." Bauer's eyes blinked when she heard this, and she really stopped crying and said, "What method? You're not allowed to lie to Bauer." Yan Yi rubbed Bauer's little head in a slightly doting manner and said, "Just think about it, the little fellow and you've just met for the first time, and there's no relationship between the two of you. So, how could it possibly leave with you? You have to establish a relationship with it, allow it to get close to you and become friends with you. Once you've accomplished that, then perhaps it would stop refusing your request for it to go with you. What do you think?" Bauer blinked and thought for a moment, and then she suddenly clapped and said, "Right, Bauer was too impatient. But how do I make the little fellow have a good impression of me?" Yan Yi's gaze flickered when he heard this, and then he said, "I frequently gave the little fellow some tasty things like spirit fruits and spirit herbs, and as time went by, it just started following by my side." Cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Yi's face turned red, and a strand of guilt surged out from his heart. He asked himself, is it really good to trick Bauer like this? However, when he thought of how Bauer seemed to refuse to give up until she obtained the little fellow, that bit of guilt in Yan Yi's heart was instantly relieved, because if he didn't utilize this strategy, then the little fellow and him would definitely never have a day of peace again. Bauer nodded in agreement and said, "Little laborer, you're right. I'll return home right now to get some treasures." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran off swiftly. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he watched Bauer's figure vanish at the entrance to the gorge, and then he raised his head to look at the sky while he said in a low voice, "There are only 3 days left before the outer court exam. I presume that all the geniuses in the nearby cities that satisfy the requirements are already on their way to the Sword Sect. I have to double up on my efforts as well." Chapter 42. The Outer Court Exam begins. In these last 3 days, Yan Yi didn't cultivate the sword control technique, and he placed all his attention onto the sword chi finger and energy split sword technique. Even though the sword control technique was formidable, it was unable to be of any use in a short period of time, whereas, had already learned these two techniques, and they could be of use during the exam. 3 days of time passed in the blink of an eye. The outer court exam wasn't held on the training grounds, and it was held on Exam Peak instead. Exam Peak was a small peak that was originally desolate and extremely cold. However, if the day of the outer court exam arrived, then this peak would become the most bustling place in the entire sword sect. Early in the morning, the sky had just lit up slightly when around 3,000 youths were standing on the enormous square on Exam Peak. These youths were all around 17 years of age, and there were even some that were younger. Even though they were young, but no one dared to look down upon them because they were the geniuses that came from cities in the sword sect's surroundings. It wasn't exaggerated to call them geniuses because it was extremely difficult to attain the 6th rank of the mortal realm before the age of 17. Otherwise, it wouldn't be only around 3,000 people that had come to participate in the outer court exam from amongst the population of a few million in the cities in the sword sect's vicinity. As he stood in the crowd, Yan Yi gazed at the excited and happy expressions of those youths, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. He was just like these youths when had just arrived at the sword sect. However, after he experienced the life of a labor disciple, no matter if it was his mentality or other aspects, all of them had matured. So, he would definitely not be excited and happy like these youths in the surroundings. In his opinion, becoming an inner court disciple was his true objective. He wasn't reaching for something beyond his grasps, and it was instead because he was extremely confident of his own ability. When the sun gradually rose into the sky and sunlight shone down onto Exam Peak, 3 outer court elders appeared on the platform at the front of the square. When they noticed the appearance of these 3 elders, all the youths beneath the platform instantly became restless. They hadn't become restless because of these elders, and it was instead because the exam was about to begin. As he gazed at the 3,000 youths beneath the platform, Chao Hua frowned lightly, and his gaze swept from left to right before he sighed in a low voice in the end. There are only 3,200 plus people this year, and it's much fewer than last year. If this continues, then our sword sect would have no successors. Feng Yu nodded while standing at his side and said, "Yeah, I heard that there are around 100,000 geniuses that participate during the Origin School's outer court exam. The 2 palaces have a few tens of thousands as well, and even the other 2 sects have over 10,000 geniuses. However, our sword sect only has a few thousand. If this continues, and if we don't reduce the standards for recruitment, then our sword sect's outer court will probably be in an embarrassing state of having no one within it. Lowering the standards is only a temporary relief." Elder Qian shook his head and said, "If the standards are lowered, then the sword sect would only deteriorate with every generation and would be unable to avoid becoming a second-rate power in the end. I think that we should strive to obtain resources, and if a disciple of the sword sect can kill his way into the ascension rankings, then we'd be able to obtain a few more cities. With that, this sort of situation would definitely be turned around." When then they heard him mention the ascension rankings, Feng Yu and Chao Hua instantly sighed lightly, and Chao Hua said while laughing bitterly, "Brother Qian, how could the sect master and the others not be aware of this principle? However, how difficult is it to enter the ascension rankings? Are any one of those geniuses on the ascension rankings not heaven-defying fellows? Especially those geniuses from the Imperial Academy and Origin School, even we might not necessarily be able to obtain any advantages while going against them." Feng Yu sighed and said, "To think that my sword sect was so prosperous 100 years ago. At that time, even the Origin School had to avoid the edge of our swords. I never expected that it would decline to such a state after 100 years." Elder Qian revealed a bitter smile as well when he heard this, and then he said, "Yeah. In the last 10+ years, since Fairy Su entered the Ascension rankings, there actually hasn't been a single disciple that was able to enter the Ascension rankings, causing our sword sect to face such a situation. At the bottom of it all of us failed all those years ago." Chao Hua swept the people beneath the platform with his gaze, and then he said, "I heard that a 16-year-old young man from Snow River City that has attained the 9th rank of the mortal realm will be participating in the exam. If he didn't utilize any medicinal pills and other external forces to improve his cultivation, then attaining the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16 would definitely allow him to become another monstrous genius of our sword sect." Feng Yu nodded and said, "I've heard of him as well. That young man seems to be called Jiang Yuan. Supposedly, he's known as the most outstanding genius from Snow River City in the last 100 years. If the rumors are true, then after those fellows on the outer court rankings become inner court disciples, this kid will probably be able to become the #1 expert in the outer court." Elder Qian smiled with ridicule at the side. "Most outstanding genius in 100 years? Is it more monstrous than Yan Ye's gold element profound energy? If the others knew that Yan Yi possessed gold element profound energy, then those peak masters and all the elders of the sword sect would be shocked. However, he wouldn't tell them about it because he respected Yan Ye's choice." Meanwhile, Chao Hua raised his head to glance at the sun above him, and then he said, "Brother Feng, you preside over the first stage." When he heard this, Feng Yu adjusted his mental state before taking a few steps forward. He gazed at the slightly immature youths below while a wisp of a gratified expression floated up into appearance within his eyes. He raised his hands, causing the originally slightly clamorous voices from below to instantly vanish, and everyone went completely quiet. Feng Yu said, "Everyone, I'm an outer court elder, Feng Yu. All of you can call me Elder Feng." am one of the elders that will be presiding over the exam this time. Firstly, I represent the Sword sect in welcoming all of you. Secondly, congratulations, because being able to stand here proves that you're extraordinary. Even if you're unable to become an outer court disciple of the Sword sect, your accomplishments in the future will definitely be outstanding. After speaking for a long time, Feng Yu got to the point and said, the exam is divided into 3 stages. The first stage will test the foundation of your cultivations. The objective of this stage is to eliminate those that improved their cultivations through the use of medicinal pills or those who possessed unstable cultivations. Now, eliminate the imposing might of my cultivation at the King Realm, and those that are able to endure it until the end will be considered to have passed. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yu's figure flashed, and he flashed into the sky above the youths. After that, the profound energy within his body circulated, and a strand of terrifying imposing aura surged out explosively from his body. In the end, it pressed down like a hill towards all the youths beneath him. Some youths were caught off guard, and they directly collapsed to the ground under the might of this pressure. In less than 15 minutes of time, almost half the participants had collapsed to the ground, and people were still collapsing. When they saw half the youths had already collapsed, Elder Qian and Elder Chaohua's brows furrowed because the quality of these participants was horrible. A group of youths wearing green robes were watching those youths on the square from afar. There were around 50 youths in this group, and Lu Qingyu, who Yang Yu was about to fight on the life and death arena, was amongst them. However, surprisingly, as someone that was ranked at the 19th position on the outer court rankings, Lu Qingyu actually wasn't at the front of the group. If an outer court elder was here, that elder would definitely feel that it was normal because these 50 outer court disciples were all disciples on the rankings. They were the most elite batch of disciples in the outer court. So, Lu Qingyu could only be considered to be ordinary amongst this group of people. When he saw that half the youths had collapsed after less than 15 minutes had passed, a youth in the lead who had a black mole shook his head and said, "No matter if it's in terms of numbers of quality, the outer court disciples this time are too much inferior to those from our years. How boring! So boring! I hope that most outstanding genius in 100 years from Snow River City doesn't disappoint me." A round-faced young man at the side of the young man with a black mole shook his head and said, "To think that during our year, only around 1,000 youths from amongst the 5,000 participating youths collapsed during the first stage. Yet based on this current situation, there will probably be 2,000 youths from this batch that collapse, and if Elder Feng doesn't hold back, then that number will probably rise even higher. As for that so-called genius, if he really attained the 9th rank of the mortal realm as the rumors say, then he can be considered to be a monstrous genius." "A monstrous genius?" The young man with a black mode laughed with ridicule and said, "Even if he attained the first heaven realm at the age of 16, he can't call himself a monstrous genius in the outer court. Because with that demonic woman here, how can anyone in the outer court dare to call himself a monstrous genius?" When he heard the words demonic woman, the expressions of the youths in the surroundings changed, and dense fear appeared in their eyes. After a short while, the young man with the round face laughed bitterly and said, "That demonic woman seized the position of first on the outer court rankings as soon as she arrived at the Sword sect, and I heard that she frequently challenges the outer court elders in battle. Such natural talent! Others say that we're monstrous geniuses, yet when we're compared to here, we're countless times more inferior." The young man with a black mole sighed lightly as well. "Under her radiance, we who are the second and third on the outer court rankings have almost been overlooked by the elders. We must work hard, otherwise, when we meet her again, she might disregard us just like she disregards the other disciples." The young man with a round face nodded in agreement. They were geniuses amongst geniuses, yet after they encountered that demonic woman, they didn't dare call themselves geniuses any longer because that demonic woman really dampened their spirits. On the square, Yang Yi remained composed and wasn't affected by the pressure at all. His foundation was extremely solid, and had even experienced life and death battles. Moreover, had experienced the pressure from spirit realm experts, so when facing the pressure emanated by an expert at the King realm, and under the condition that Chao Hua had held back, he wasn't affected at all. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked to his right. At this moment, there was a young man around the age of 16 on his right, and the young man was looking at him. The young man wore a gorgeous white robe and had a handsome appearance. Even though the young man's appearance was slightly immature, his entire body was covered in a wealthy disposition, and the arrogant expression on his face wasn't really concealed. Of course, most importantly, the young man was just like Yang Yi. He wasn't affected by the pressure emanated by a King realm expert at all, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly surprised in his heart. When he saw Yang Yi look at him, Jiang Yuan instantly withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice, "Look like not all the participants in this outer court exam are trash. It's good that there is some slightly better grass to serve as contrast, otherwise it would be too boring." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze as well, and then he closed his eyes and rested his mind once more. Perhaps the young man's strength wasn't bad, yet it was utterly meaningless to Yang Yi. After an hour passed, Feng Yu restrained his imposing aura before turning around and flashing onto the platform. When he noticed that an expanse of yews had collapsed on the ground and only 1,000 yews remained, Feng Yu shook his head slightly and sighed lightly. Head already held back, yet Head never expected that so many would still be eliminated, so it was obvious how he felt at this moment. As soon as Feng Yu restrained his imposing aura, many people instantly heaved sighs of relief. Yang Yi shook his head inwardly when he noticed this. If Elder Feng continued for a while longer or slightly strengthened the pressure he emanated, there would probably be even more people that collapsed. As he gazed at those yews that had collapsed around him, a wisp of a disdainful sneer appeared on the corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth, and he said in a light voice, "Trash! All of you can't even endure the mere imposing aura of a King realm expert." As soon as he finished, he turned around to look at Yang Yi, and he revealed a teasing smile. Yang Yi frowned when he noticed the young man's expression. There really are a lot of idiots that look for trouble. Meanwhile, Elder Qian took a few steps forward, and he gazed at the remaining 1,000 yews as he said, "Those that have collapsed, head to the side immediately, whereas those that are still standing should immediately meditate and rest. The second stage will begin in an hour." Chapter 43 Lost in the Illusion? An hour of time passed in the blink of an eye. After everyone finished resting, Elder Qian that stood on the platform opened his eyes, and he glanced at the 1,000 yews that stood ramrods straight below the platform. When he saw Yang Yi, his gaze stopped for a moment before he nodded slightly, and then he said in a clear voice, "The second stage will test your wills towards the Sword Tao. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the back. All the yews hurriedly followed him when they heard this. Moreover, it wasn't just those 1,000 yews, and even the others that were eliminated had followed along as well. Even though they'd been eliminated, the sword sect still allowed them to stay behind and watch. An illusion formation? The young man with a black mode grinned as he followed along as well, and all the other disciples behind him hurriedly followed him. In next to no time, all of them arrived before an enormous camouflage-colored ring of light under Elder Qian's lead. The camouflage-colored ring of light was extremely large, and it wasn't a problem for it to accommodate a few thousands of people. All sorts of symbols flickered within the ring of light, and these symbols moved according to a certain pathway. "So, this is an illusion formation," Yang Yi spoke in a light voice as he gazed at the ring of light before him. Had heard of illusion formations in the past. Supposedly it was set up by a formation master of the sword sect in the past, and it even possessed numerous symbols with strange functions that were inscribed by talisman masters. Because of these symbols, one would enter into an illusion upon standing into the ring of light. Thus, it was called an illusion formation. However, the illusion created by this illusion formation was different from the illusion created by the bracelets he gave Su Qingshi. Because this illusion formation merely tested one's will, and the injuries one experienced within the illusion wouldn't be carried forward into reality. On the other hand, the bracelets he gave Su Qingshi would cause one to suffer a heavy injury in reality as well. Elder Qian turned around and looked at everyone as he said, "This formation is called an illusion formation. From the moment the formation is activated, those that are unable to wake up after the time for 3 incense sticks to burn will be eliminated. Head in right now." When they heard this, the 1,000 youths hurriedly entered the ring, and then they awaited the arrival of the illusion. After he saw all of them had entered the ring, Elder Qian said in a low voice, "Remember, everything is an illusion." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a talisman flew into the sky above the ring. In the next moment, the symbols in the blue ring started to circulate at high speeds. The heavens and the earth around him spun while the scene before Yang Ye's eyes changed, and when he saw the scene that appeared before his eyes, Yang Ye's eyes instantly turned red. It was that familiar city, that familiar street, that familiar stone house. It was everything familiar to him. This was South Peace City, and this stone house before him was the home that had known since he was young. He was extremely familiar with all of this, and he wouldn't even get lost while walking with his eyes closed. Yang Yi slowly walked towards the long wooden bench before the stone house. As he gazed at it, his gaze gradually moistened. In the past, Yang Yi, his mother, and his younger sister would frequently sit here. His mother would sit at the center doing needlework while allowing him and his younger sister to massage her legs. After a short while, his gaze moved up, and on the wall was a mural drawn with charcoal. When he saw this drawing, there was warmth in Yang Ye's heart, and his eyes moistened further. The drawing was of a young girl with pigtails that was holding the hand of a young boy. The young girl was exactly his younger sister, little Yao, and the young boy was naturally him. However, someone had drawn 2 pigtails on the young boy's head, causing the young boy to become a young girl. This drawing had been drawn by none other than Yang Yi himself, whereas the pigtails on the young boy's head was a prank that little Yao had played. Creak! Right at this moment, the wooden door of the stone hour was suddenly opened, and then a young girl around the age of 15 and a woman around the age of 30 walked out from within the house. The young girl's hair was tied into pigtails, and she wore an extremely old yet very clean dress. She had willow-leaf-shaped brows, lively eyes, and a fine nose. Even though her clothes were old, they were unable to conceal her pretty appearance. The woman was similarly wearing an old dress, yet it was extremely clean as well. The woman was around 30 years of age, had willow-shaped brows, slanted eyes, an oval-shaped face, and an ample and delicate figure. However, her face and hands already carried the traces of age and hardships. Especially her hands, the thick layer of calluses her hands could be seen from extremely far away. When the young girl saw Yang Yi, her eyes lit up, and then they turned red. She immediately ran over to Yang Yi and hugged him tightly as she said, "Big brother, why have you only returned now? Why have you?" As she spoke, she was already choking with sobs. Yang Yi's hand remained stiff in midair for a long time, and his hand finally descended onto the young girl's back when he felt the tears on his chest. After that, Yang Yi said unconsciously, "Hasn't Big Brother returned now? Don't cry. Little Yao's face will puff up and become ugly if you continue crying. I don't care, I don't care. It's your fault for not returning for 2 years. It's all your fault. I'll cry and fill you with guilt." The young girl's head went closer into Yang Yi's embrace as she sobbed and spoke. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman walked over to Yang Yi, and then she stretched out her hand to rub his head. After that, she touched his face while revealing an affectionate expression, and she said in a gentle voice, "You must have suffered in the sword sect during these years. It's good that you're back now. I'll go make your favorite sweet and sour pork later." "Mother!" Yang Yi felt like there was a lump in his throat, and his eyes moistened once more. He said, "You've really suffered during these years. Don't worry, from today onwards I won't allow you and little Yao to suffer any more hardships. I promise." "Silly child." The woman smiled and said, "So long as you and Yao are fine, then Mother is willing to suffer any hardships. All right, you rare come home, so let's not speak about all of this. Mother will go make sweet and sour pork for you. Yao has missed it for a very long time." "No. I didn't." Meanwhile, Little Yao raised her head and refuted. As they gazed at Little Yao, who still had crystalline tears hanging on her face, the woman and Yan Yi instantly started smiling. In reality, only Yan Yi alone remained within the blue ring. The others had either awakened or completely lost themselves within the illusions. At this moment, the gazes of a few thousands of people in the surroundings had descended onto Yan Yi, who stood within the ring. Some gazes carried disdain, some took pleasure in Yan Yi's misfortune, some were curious, and so on and so forth. Elder Qian glanced at the incense stick burner on the stone table before the ring of light. The last incense stick within the burner was already halfway to the end, and Yan Yi still hadn't awoken, causing Elder Qian to be unable to help but clench his fists. At the same time, he was extremely bewildered in his heart. He was extremely clearly aware of Yan Yi's will, and it was something that had been tempered since a young age. Moreover, after Yan Yi arrived at the Sword Sect, Yan Yi had fallen from heaven straight down into hell, yet Yan Yi still hadn't given up. So, how could such will be weak? It definitely couldn't be considered to be weak, yet why hadn't Yan Yi awakened? Moreover, if Yan Yi had fallen fully into the illusion, then he ought to have been eliminated. However, Yan Yi was still standing there with an extremely calm expression, and Elder Qian wondered what the reason behind this was. It was just Elder Qian who was bewildered. Even Feng Yu and Chao Hu were puzzled and bewildered because it was too illogical. The young man with a black mole gazed at Yan Yi as he said in a low voice, "He's slightly interesting." The young man with a round face nodded and said, "Indeed." When he heard the two of them, Lu Qingyu that stood behind them laughed coldly. Interesting? A person like this who possesses a weak will is interesting indeed. At the same time, he felt slightly regretful that he agreed to fight Yan Yi after 3 months because such a piece of trash wasn't worthy to fight him. Without realizing it, another quarter of the incense stick had burned, and only the last quarter remained, yet Yan Yi still hadn't awakened. At this moment, Jian Yuan, who had closed his eyes and was resting his mind at the side, had suddenly opened his eyes. He walked over to Elder Qian and cupped his fists towards Elder Qian before he said, "Elder Qian, in my opinion, this person has already sunk into the illusion, and he doesn't have any qualification to become a disciple of the Sword Sect any longer. He should be eliminated." Originally, he felt slight anticipation towards Yan Yi's results, yet he could help but be disappointed when he noticed Yan Yi was stuck within the illusion for so long. Because a person with a weak will like this didn't have any ability to serve as contrast to him. Eliminate him! Directly eliminate him! On what basis does he make all of us wait? Exactly, why would the Sword Sect recruit someone with such a weak will like him? To carry out odd jobs? Carry out odd jobs? Could it be that you don't know? That young man is a labor disciple of the Sword Sect. Supposedly, had been recruited as an outer court disciple in the past, yet never had anyone imagined that he would actually be unable to become a profounder after a year. In the end, he was reduced to a labor disciple, and he even obtained the nickname of #1 piece of trash in the Sword Sect. What? He's really a labor disciple? Eliminate him! Eliminate him! I don't want to become a fellow disciple of such a person. Exactly, I would be ashamed to tell anyone that I'm a disciple of the Sword Sect if I'm a fellow disciple of such a person. For a time, the originally quiet area had suddenly become clamorous, and it wasn't just those youths who'd passed this stage that were calling for Yan Yi's elimination, even the eliminated youths at the side were doing the same. The youths that passed were calling for Yan Yi's elimination because they were ashamed to be a disciple of the same sect as Yan Yi, whereas those eliminated youths were mostly kicking up a fuss because they had the mentality that since they were eliminated then others should be eliminated as well. Elder Qian glanced coldly at Jian Yuan. If Jian Yuan wasn't the first to awake from the illusion and had attained the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16, Elder Qian would berate him without the slightest hesitation. However, when Elder Qian thought about Jian Yuan's natural talent, he could only suppress the rage in his heart. He didn't spare another glance at Jian Yuan, and swept his gaze towards the others as he said, "Silence! The Sword Sect has its own rules. Since the rule was 3 incense sticks of time, then it's 3 incense sticks of time. Just wait, and if you're unwilling to wait, then get the fuck out. When they saw Elder Chien flare up, all of them instantly didn't dare continue speaking, and all of them went quiet. No matter what, they still didn't possess the ability to go against an outer court elder now. Jian Yuan was shocked in his heart as well. He knew that had offended this outer court elder that stood before him. However, he became indifferent to it in the blink of an eye. He believed that so long as he revealed his trump card, then numerous elders would be trying to rope him in, and when he thought up to here, Jian Yuan withdrew himself to the side while the gaze he shot at Yan Yi turned hostile. Chapter 44 Sword Servant Pagoda. In the stone house, Yan Yi, his younger sister, and his mother sat before a dining table made of rock. There were 3 dishes and a bowl of soup on the table. All 3 dishes were meat dishes, and they were all dishes that Yan Yi really loathed to eat. Especially that plate of sweet and sour pork at the center, and it wasn't just his favorite, it was little Yao's favorite as well. Even though both of them really loved to eat sweet and sour pork, but unless it was an important occasion, they would utterly not have the chance to eat it. Because eating meat was an extremely extravagant thing for their family. "Big brother, have some!" Little Yao clamped a piece of sweet and sour pork before placing it on Yan Yi's bowl, and then she clamped one onto the woman's bowl. In the end, she clamped a piece for herself. However, she didn't eat it, and she stretched out her little tongue to lightly lick the sweet and sour pork, and then she revealed an intoxicated expression. "Child, quickly eat, there's still a lot in the plate." The woman stretched out her hand to rub little Yao's head while she spoke in a gentle voice. On the other hand, Yan Yi felt like there was a lump in his throat, and a strand of self-blame and guilt surged into his heart. If I was capable, then little Yao and mother wouldn't have to suffer such hardships. If I was capable, then little Yao and mother wouldn't be bullied by the Lu clan. As the only man in this family, I made my younger sister and mother suffer such injustice. I'm so useless. Big brother, quickly have some. You look so thin, so eat a few pieces of sweet and sour pork to replenish your strength. Meanwhile, little Yao clamped another piece of pork and placed it on Yan Yi's bowl as she spoke. Exactly. The woman gazed at Yan Yi with a loving expression and said, "You've probably suffered a lot of hardships in the sword sect, so eat a bit more." As she spoke, she clamped a piece of pork and placed it in Yan Yi's bowl. Yan Yi's tears couldn't help but slowly seep out when he heard this. He picked up the chopstick and forced out a smile before he clamped up a piece of pork and started to eat. The woman smiled when she saw Yan Yi eating. However, she didn't eat herself. She just gazed at Yan Yi before gazing at little Yao for a while, and then she revealed a gratified expression in her eyes. In next to no time, Yan Yi finished the sweet and sour pork in his bowl. After that, he raised his head to look at the woman and little Yao with an extremely calm expression, and there were no more fluctuations of emotion on his face any longer. "Big brother, don't look at Yao like that, Yao is slightly nervous." Little Yao seemed to be slightly afraid when she was stared at by Yan Yi's emotionless eyes, and she spoke timidly. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" When she noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Yan Yi, the woman hurriedly stood up and spoke with concern. Yan Yi didn't speak, and he just glanced deeply at the woman and little Yao, and then he closed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, sword chi flashed through the surroundings, and then 2 strands of blood sprayed onto the ground. At the same time, Yan Yi felt the scene before him shatter while his mind felt slightly dizzy. After a few breaths of time, Yan Yi opened his eyes. The people in the surroundings, exam peak, the blue ring, and everything else that was familiar to him appeared within his field of vision. He took a deep breath and paid no attention to the few thousands of gazes towards him as he walked directly to Elder Chien, and then he cupped his fists towards Elder Chien before walking to the side and remaining silent. Elder Chien heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Even though he didn't know what Yan Yi had encountered in the illusion, based on Yan Yi's display, Yan Yi had stayed true to his heart and hadn't gotten lost within it. But why didn't he choose to awaken right away? After thinking for a moment, Elder Chien stopped thinking about it because no matter what, it was fine so long as Yan Yi passed. Rest on the spot for an hour. The next stage will be a test of strength, said Elder Qian. When they heard him, all of them didn't dare object, nor did they dare cry about asking for Yang Ye's elimination. All of them sat cross-legged on the ground, and they held the energy stones distributed by the sword sect as they recovered the profound energy within their bodies. Jiang Yuan, who was not too far away from Yang Yi, glanced at the incense stick that had just finished burning, and then he glanced at Yang Yi, who remained silent. After that, he grunted coldly while deep disdain floated up into his eyes. Earlier, had thought Yang Yi was an extraordinary figure, yet never had he imagined that Yang Yi was an outer court disciple that had been reduced to a labor disciple. When he thought about how had offended an outer court elder because of this labor disciple, Jiang Yuan felt extremely unhappy in his heart. I hope you'll be able to persist until the top 10. Jiang Yuan spoke in a low voice, and then he withdrew his gaze. The reason he hoped that Yang Yi would be able to enter the top 10 was the top 10 disciples would participate in a competition. This competition didn't just provide rewards from the sword sect, there was also another meaning behind it. The higher one was ranked during the competition, the easier it would be for one to be selected by an elder for fostering. Moreover, one could even quickly establish a network of relationships through the competition. Of course, he hoped Yang Yi would be able to enter the top 10 mainly because he wanted to teach Yang Yi a lesson. The gaze of the young man with a black mole swept past all the youths that passed the second stage, and then his gaze descended onto Jiang Yuan in the end. He said, amongst the 600 people that passed, he woke up the quickest, and he utilized less than 100 breaths of time. He's probably that genius from Snow River City. The round-faced young man by the side of the young man with a black mole nodded and said, according to rumor, he's a 9th rank mortal realm profounder, and his true strength is probably at the peak of the 9th rank. After he becomes a disciple of the sect and is fostered by the sect for a period of time, he'll probably be able to advance into the 1st heaven realm. Moreover, if no other monstrous geniuses appear, then he'll probably be able to become the #1 expert in the outer court once the disciples from our batch become inner court disciples. The young man with a black mole said indifferently, such natural talent to attain the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16 is not bad indeed, and once he's fostered for some time, he'll definitely be very promising. However, it looks to me like he's extremely arrogant and doesn't know who to restrain his edge. Such a disposition will cause him to suffer a great deal in the future. The young man with a round face smiled as he said, it's extremely normal for young people to be arrogant when they're capable. Just think about it, both of us were insufferably arrogant when that demonic woman hadn't arrived, and we didn't take anyone seriously. Even though we've restrained a great deal of our arrogance now, but am very clearly aware that we're still extremely proud in our bones. The only way to change this is to be struck down. The young man with a black mole nodded, and then he looked at Yang Yi and went silent for a short while before he said, he's extremely strange. His eyes were bright and clear when he awoke just now, and there weren't any fluctuations of emotions on his face. This proved that had stayed true to his heart since the beginning of the illusion. So, why did he stay so long within the illusion? Perhaps he encountered an extraordinary beauty within the illusion. It wasn't the round-faced young man that spoke, and it was Lu Qingyu that had been constantly silent behind them. He didn't interrupt when the two of them spoke about Jiang Yuan, but he couldn't restrain himself when they spoke about Yang Yi. The young man with a black mole glanced indifferently at Lu Qingyu and said, as another disciple on the outer court rankings, let me give you a piece of advice. Never underestimate your opponent. Lu Qingyu hurriedly nodded respectfully, and he seemed as if he would commit it to memory. However, he was indifferent in his heart. He still remembered that Yang Yi wasn't even able to resist a single move of his on that day, so how strong could Yang Yi have become in just around a month of time? He would just have to execute 2 moves at most. Yang Yi's eyes were slightly closed. He didn't absorb the energy within an energy stone. Truthfully speaking, the illusion from before had still affected him. In the past, had devoted his life for the sake of his younger sister and mother, and he was still extremely shocked when his mother and younger sister, whom he hadn't met for a very long time, had appeared within the illusion. He was aware since the beginning that it was only an illusion, but he truly didn't desire to wake up so quickly. However, he knew that such thoughts were intolerable because this illusion formation could only be considered as an ordinary illusion formation, and if it was a high-level illusion formation, then he would definitely die from daring to stay within it. In short, his martial Tao will had its weaknesses, and this weakness was his mother and younger sister. If he didn't deal with this problem, then some other problems might emerge in the future. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Once the exam is over, it's time for me to return home." An hour passed swiftly. Elder Chaohu arrived before the 600 youths that remained, and as he looked at them, the disappointment on Chaohua's face was difficult to conceal. The number of people that passed during the outer court exam this time was truly inferior when compared to the last exam. If it was the same next year, then the outer court of the Sword sect would probably be in an embarrassing state of possessing no one that's capable. I hope those few monstrous geniuses will be able to enter the Ascension rankings this time, otherwise, the Sword sect's future is worrying. Chaohua muttered in a light voice as he gazed at the 600 youths. After a short moment, Chaohua adjusted his emotions and said in a clear and bright voice, "The next stage will test your live combat experience. Come with me." When they heard this, all of the youths hurriedly stood up and followed behind Chaohua. "The Sword Servant Pagoda?" The young man with a black mole spoke in a low voice. The young man with a round face chuckled and said, "At that time, that demonic woman ascended to the 20th level, and she broke Senior Su's record from over 10 years ago. I wonder if anyone will be able to challenge that demonic woman's record this time. Is that even possible?" Someone spoke from behind. Chapter 45 Bet. The Sword Servant Pagoda resided on a lone small peak, and it covered an area of over 1 kilometer. It had a total of 29 levels, and every single level was around 15 meters in height. So, when one looked up at the pagoda from the ground, it was utterly impossible to lay eyes upon its top. Chaohua had a solemn expression as he gazed at the Sword Servant Pagoda before him. After a short while, he turned around to look at the youths behind him that had shocked and curious expressions. He said, "The Sword Servant Pagoda is a Tao artifact that the founding ancestor himself created all those years ago, and at the same time, it's one of our Sword sect's ultimate treasures. It's greatly beneficial to all of you to cultivate within it. So, if it's possible, try your best to ascend as many levels as you can because the higher you go, then longer you can stay within it." The crowd clamored with noise when they heard Chaohua, and all of their gazes towards the Sword Servant Pagoda burned with desire. They'd never expected that the pagoda was actually a Tao artifact. What was a Tao artifact? It was a treasure that surpassed dark artifacts. Even though most of their origins weren't bad, but not to mention a Tao artifact, even Earth rank and profound rank dark artifacts were treasures that they'd rarely seen. Now, when they saw a Tao artifact of legend, how could they not be excited? Not to mention those youths, even Yang Yi, who had a cold and steady disposition, was slightly excited. Earlier, when he noticed the symbols on the pagoda, he knew that the pagoda was definitely not ordinary. However, had never imagined that this colossal structure would actually be a Tao artifact. Had experienced the might of an Earth-rank dark treasure, and it could be described as terrifying. So, as a Tao artifact that surpassed dark artifacts, how terrifying would its might be? Chaohua shook his head and smiled when he noticed the burning gazes that the youths revealed. Their expressions are more or less just like mine from all those years ago. He continued, "Don't get excited. Remember what I say next. After you enter the pagoda, a sword servant will appear at every level, and you'll be able to ascend to the next level by defeating the sword servant, whereas, you'll be teleported out if you're defeated. Right, you'll have 2 hours to rest with every level you ascend. Elder Chao, can we utilize talisman and other external sources of strength within the pagoda?" Meanwhile, a woman that wore a green dress walked over to Chaohua and asked respectfully. As he gazed at this woman before him, Chaohua revealed a gentle smile. During the 2 end stage, it was this woman before him and Jiang Yuan that performed the best. Moreover, All three of them who were examiners in the outer court exam were pleasantly surprised because this 16-year-old woman had actually attained the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. This caused all three of them to be extremely excited. This test's objective is to test everyone's live combat ability. So, you can't utilize any things like energy stones or talismans. Chao Hua spoke in a gentle voice. The woman in a green dress cupped her fist towards Chao Hua upon hearing this, and then she withdrew to the side. It's merely an illusion formation, so why is there any need for any external sources of strength? Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan glanced at the woman in a green dress and spoke indifferently. Even though he spoke in an extremely calm tone, the disdain and provocative expression in the corners of his eyes weren't concealed at all. The woman's expression changed. She was respectful to the elder, but it didn't mean that she would be respectful to others. She immediately grunted coldly and said, "What high-sounding sentiments! But watch out or you might cut your tongue! Is that so?" Jiang Yuan suddenly started laughing and he said, "I noticed that your performance in the illusion formation earlier was really good, so I wonder if you're interested in having a bet with me? What are we betting on?" The woman's brows raised as she spoke in a cold voice. In the city she was from, she had never been afraid of anyone. When he saw the two of them competing with each other, Chao Hua didn't stop them, and he started watching with interest instead. When he heard the woman, Jiang Yuan flipped his right hand, and a fiery red sword appeared in his hand. He held the fiery red sword as he said proudly, "Well, bet on who'll be able to go higher in the pagoda. I'll bet this low-grade profound rank sword, crimson red." After he lost interest in Yang Yi, Jiang Yuan had found another person to serve as contrast for him. However, to his slight surprise, this woman in a green dress before him had attained the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16 as well. However, he wasn't afraid at all, and he was even more excited instead. With such a person to serve as contrast for him, his reputation would definitely become even more resounding. In the future, not only would he receive the attention of the higher-ups in the sword sect, it would be even easier for him to establish his own network in the sword sect. When they saw Jiang Yuan actually produce a profound rank dark artifact, all the others in the surroundings went into an uproar while the gazes of numerous young women towards Jiang Yuan carried a trace of burning desire. Jiang Yuan had a formidable cultivation, and he himself was handsome. Moreover, had casually produced a profound rank sword, so he was simply the epitome of a rich and handsome person. On the other hand, the gazes of some young men burned with desire as well. Of course, it didn't mean that they swung that way, and it was instead because they were already prepared to form a relationship with Jiang Yuan. They couldn't be said to seek out those who were strong and influential because wherever there were people, there was competition. These young men and young women had just entered the sword sect, so they definitely had to find someone to rely on first or form a small group. To the youths from poor families, Jiang Yuan, who possessed a formidable strength and was wealthy, was a good person to rely on. Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw Jiang Yuan casually produce a profound rank dark artifact. But he wasn't tempted by it because he possessed a profound rank treasure as well, and it was even a mid-grade profound rank treasure. However, he just couldn't utilize it. After feeling shocked for a moment, the expression of the woman in a green dress returned to normal. She refused to show weakness and flipped her hand to reveal a bright red and fist-sized fruit. She said, "A profound rank treasure, vermilion spirit fruit. Its value isn't inferior to your crimson red sword." Jiang Yuan was slightly surprised when he saw the woman casually produce a profound rank treasure. He took a glance at the fruit before he said, "All right. I'll join in as well." Right at this moment, a seemingly urgent voice resounded. When everyone noticed the owner of this voice, they were shocked. It was none other than Yang Yi had spoken. With Yang Yi's disposition, he would naturally not participate in such bets, but he had no other choice. When the women withdrew that vermilion spirit fruit, the little fellow that was sleeping within the tiny vortex had suddenly awakened. After that, it strongly requested that Yang Yi obtain possession of that fruit, and if Yang Yi didn't agree, then it would seize it. The little fellow's origins were mysterious, so how could he possibly allow the little fellow to show itself and seize the fruit? Moreover, it was the first time that the little fellow so urgently desired something. So, Yang Yi had no choice but to participate in this bet. When they noticed it was Yang Yi, not only were Jiang Yuan and the woman in a green dress slightly surprised, even Elder Chao Hua, who stood at the side, was slightly surprised. He naturally recognized Yang Yi. If it wasn't because of Yang Yi, then that little she-devil might have continued causing trouble for a long time on that day. However, he didn't understand why Yang Yi intended to participate in this bet. After all, Yang Yi's strength wasn't just a little bit inferior to Jiang Yuan and the woman. "You," Jiang Yuan said with disdain. "We have profound rank treasures, what do you have?" Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and flipped his right palm, causing the profound rank sword to appear in his hand. He said, "I have a profound rank treasure as well. That's enough, right?" This time, it wasn't just Jiang Yuan and the woman that were surprised, even the others in the vicinity were surprised. When had profound rank treasures become so ordinary? 3 have actually appeared in an instant. "I agree." Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly. She didn't mind siding with someone that didn't like Jiang Yuan because it would cause Jiang Yuan to feel displeased. When he heard the woman agree, Jiang Yuan grunted coldly and said, "Since you desire to give your treasure away, then we'll let you join in as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't spare another glance at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't have any good impression of this conceited and arrogant fellow before him, so he directly disregarded Jiang Yuan as well. After that, he nodded lightly to the woman as a form of greeting. When she saw Yang Yi greet her, she hesitated for a moment before she nodded slightly in greeting as well. At this moment, Chao Hua smiled as he said in a clear voice, "The sword sect doesn't restrict its disciples from competing with each other because only with the pressure of competition would all of you be able to grow quickly. However, all of you must remember that while competition is allowed, all of you can't stab your competition in the back. Once you're discovered to have stabbed a fellow disciple in the back, then the sect will cripple your cultivation and kick you out from the sect. Be sure to keep that in mind." Everyone hurriedly nodded upon hearing this, and even Jiang Yuan and the woman in a green dress nodded hurriedly as well. They didn't dare object to it at all. Chao Hua nodded with satisfaction when he saw everyone nod, and then he said with a smile, "Right, I have something to tell all of you. During an outer court exam of the past, someone ascended to the 20th level of the pagoda. This result is the best result in my sword sect for the last 100 years. I hope someone amongst all of you'll be able to break this record and make a name for yourself in the sword sect." Chapter 46 Smashing Through All Obstacles. Yang Yi had just entered the sword servant pagoda when the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. When his vision recovered, he was already standing within a spacious hall. However, besides a staircase, this hall was completely empty, and there wasn't even a single person here. All the others that entered the pagoda with him weren't in this hall. Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, a black figure suddenly appeared over 10 m away from him. The black figure held a sword in hand and was completely pitch black. It was impossible to see the appearance of the figure clearly. However, Yang Yi felt that this black figure before him had locked onto him. "This is a sword servant?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. When he thought up to hear, he flipped his right hand, and a sword appeared there. After that, he utilized Gale's steps and emanated a wave of cool wind as he stabbed according to the basic sword technique. Right at the instant that Yang Yi made a move, the black figure before him attacked as well. However, to Yang Yi's surprise, that black figure actually stabbed according to the basic sword technique as well. Moreover, no matter if it was technique or speed, it was exactly similar to his own. Yang Yi didn't have the time to give it any thought before he suddenly sped up, and then he flicked with his sword and flicked the black figure's sword away. After that, he swept with his right hand and slashed through the black figure's chest. The black figure instantly vanished upon being struck by Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't feel complacent from annihilating a sword servant with a single strike because this sword servant was merely at the 7th rank of the mortal realm. After remaining silent on the spot for a while, Yang Yi said in a low voice, looks like the sword servants here copy the challenger's moves. If it really is like that, then it's a great place to train my sword techniques. However, the sword servants on this level are a bit too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi walked up to the second level. When he arrived at the second level, there were 2 sword servants standing there already. The strengths of these sword servants were no different than the sword servant at the first level. They were both at the 7th rank of the mortal realm, and the only difference was that there was an extra 1 more sword servant here when compared to the first level. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to unsheath his sword and execute gale steps and the basic sword technique. Just as had expected, after he executed these 2 techniques, the 2 sword servants before him had executed these 2 techniques as the first possible moment as well. Even though these sword servants utilized the same techniques as Yang Yi, they were instantly annihilated by Yang Yi. Sword servants at the 7th rank of the mortal realm were truly not threatening at all to Yang Yi, even if there were 2 of them. Outside the pagoda, Chao Hui gazed at the blood-red character at the center of the pagoda, and he said in a low voice, "Not bad. Someone has already arrived at the 6th level so quickly. It's probably either Jian Yuan or Qing Xue." Feng Yu, who stood by Chao Hui's side, nodded and said with a smile, "The quality and quantity this year is slightly inferior when compared to last year. However, compared to the years of the past, it isn't too bad in terms of quality. 2 9th-rank mortal realm profounders at the age of 16. After they join the sect and the sect fosters them briefly, they ought to be able to quickly become first heaven realm experts." Chao Hui nodded with a smile and said, "If they're able to attain the first heaven realm in around the next 8 months, then they ought to be able to head to the capital with those geniuses that are participating in the Ascension rankings this year. Even though they can't compete, having a look at the other geniuses of the Southern Territory is extremely beneficial to them." When the Ascension rankings were mentioned, the smile on Feng Ye's face was restrained, and he said, "Brother Hua, how many geniuses from our sword sect do you think will be able to fight their way onto the Ascension rankings this year?" Chao Hua's expression became solemn as well, and he went silent for a long time before he said, "I don't dare to say that those geniuses in the inner court that haven't advanced into the king realm will be able to, but that demonic woman in the outer court ought to be able to accomplish it. Of course, the precondition is that the ghost sect and the other powers don't target our sword sect." Feng Yu said in a low voice, "The ghost sect will definitely target our sword sect. However, our sword sect doesn't have to fear the ghost sect. However, I wonder if the Origin School will target our sword sect this time. After all, when our sword sect suffered crushing defeats in the last few times, the shadow of the Origin School could be noticed behind all of it." Chao Hui was just about to say something when Elder Qian, who had been remaining silent at the side, had suddenly cried out in surprise, and he said, "Look, someone has already arrived at the 9th level." When they heard this, both of them raised their heads, and they saw that the large character had appeared at the center of the sword servant pagoda. It was none other than Yang Yi, who had arrived at the 9th level. All along the way here, had already figured out the situation within the pagoda. The 1st level had a single 7th rank mortal realm sword servant, the 2 level had 2, the 3 level had 3. When he arrived at the 4th level, the sword servant that appeared here wasn't a 7th rank mortal realm profounder any longer, and it was at the 8th rank instead. Similarly, based on the examples from before, when he arrived at the 9th level now, he faced 3 sword servants at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Yang Yi had just ascended to the 9th level when 3 swords assaulted his face. After the sword servants became 9th rank mortal realm profounders, they'd already stopped moving according to the moves he made, and they utilized other sword techniques. When he sensed these 3 swords assaulting him, Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he immediately utilized the gale steps to transform into a gust of wind that moved 3 to the side. Yang Yi had just moved away when the sword servants didn't slow down before immediately stabbing towards Yang Yi from 3 directions. Yang Yi didn't dare be careless. He suddenly stomped with his right foot, and he relied on the counterforce from this action and the gale steps movement technique to instantly arrive before the sword servant on his right. He didn't hesitate at all to directly stab his sword at the sword servant, whereas, that sword servant didn't put up a defense or try to block his attack at all. It similarly stabbed its sword towards Yang Ye's chest, and it intended to take Yang Yi down with it. Because Yang Yi was the first to attack, so Yang Ye's sword pierced the sword servant's body first. However, in the next moment, the sword servant's sword arrived before Yang Ye's chest as well. But right when the sword was about to pierce into his body, Yang Ye's left hand suddenly moved lightly, and then a strand of sword chi shot out from Yang Ye's left hand. Clang! The sword servant's sword was blasted flying. After succeeding with a single strike, Yang Ye's right leg stomped lightly, causing his figure to flash like a ghost and arrive before the sword servant at the center. This time, Yang Yi didn't utilize the same method from before, and he increased his speed to its limits instead. His sword emanated the sound of wind being torn apart as it pierced the sword servant's chest before it could even react. After this sword servant vanished, Yang Yi turned around to look at the last sword servant that had already arrived before him. At the instant the sword in that sword servant's hand stabbed towards him, a cold light flashed, and then a sword had suddenly stabbed into the sword servant's chest. Yang Yi let out a long sigh of relief when the last sword servant vanished. He had to admit that the pagoda was indeed a great place to train. Originally, he felt that his basic sword technique had already reached perfection. However, as he fought all along the way here, he finally noticed some flaws in his sword technique. This discovery caused him to feel fortunate because it was fortunate that had noticed these flaws here. Otherwise, if his enemy noticed these flaws in battle, and especially if that enemy was an expert, then it would absolutely be lethal. After resting for a while, Yang Yi looked at the staircase. If it was based on the cultivations of the sword servants from the past levels, then it ought to be a first heaven realm sword servant that was waiting for him on the 10th level. However, Yang Yi felt that it wasn't really likely. If a first heaven realm sword servant already appeared at the 10th level, then the fellow that ascended to the 20th level would truly be heaven-defying. Without thinking about it any further, Yang Yi arrived at the 10th level, and he noticed that there was only a single sword servant in the hall. When he saw this, Yang Yi's heart jerked. It wouldn't really be at the first heaven realm, right? When Yang Yi walked over to the sword servant, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief because this sword servant before him wasn't at the first heaven realm, and it was at the 9th rank of the mortal realm instead. However, the aura it emanated was too much stronger than the sword servants from before. Yang Yi even felt that this sword servant was even stronger than those 3 9th rank mortal realm sword servants from the 9th level. However, fortunately, so long as it wasn't at the first heaven realm, then it wouldn't be too difficult for Yang Yi. Yang Yi held the sword in his hand as he took a step forward. Right when he was about to make a move and deal with this sword servant, suddenly, the sword in the sword servant's hand suddenly swept towards Yang Yi, and then a snow-white strand of sword chi shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Yi. This strand of sword chi that appeared abruptly caused Yang Yi's expression to turn grim. It wasn't because this strand of sword chi was extremely formidable, and it was instead because the sword servants from the 1st to the 9th level hadn't utilized any sword chi, yet this fellow before him could actually utilize sword chi? He didn't have the time to think before he flashed to avoid that strand of sword chi, and then he executed the Gale Steps technique to charge towards the sword servant. At another illusory realm within the pagoda, Jian Yuan hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the ground after stabbing through a sword servant. He rested for around an hour before he stood up, and then he gazed at the staircase before he said in a low voice, "I'm probably the first person to enter the 10th level." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something, and he laughed coldly as he said, "They actually dared to make a bet with me. They're truly a pair of idiots." As soon as he finished, he stopped talking and walked towards the staircase. When Jiang Yuan stepped foot onto the 10th level, the woman in a green dress called Qingxue had entered the 10th level as well, whereas Yang Yi had already arrived at the 12th level. Chapter 47 Shock. When they saw the character appearing on the pagoda, Chao Hua and the other elders immediately beamed with smile because since someone was able to arrive at the 12th level, it represented that this person's strength was completely solid and far exceeded profounders with the same cultivation. After all, the sword servants at the 10th level and above didn't just execute some sword techniques from the sword technique, they even possessed extremely high combat instinct. Thus, the fact that someone was able to arrive at the 12th level was sufficient to prove that person's strength. A black-robed young man that was eliminated from the pagoda muttered, "Someone was actually able to ascend to the 12th level. How formidable! There really always is someone stronger." A yellow-robed young man by his side continued, "Yeah, I was reputed as a genius in my city, yet only now do I realize that I'm really very ordinary. Earlier, if I didn't possess a profound rank armor, then I would have been eliminated at the 6th level, whereas this person was actually able to ascend to the 12th level. What a terrifying strength! It's probably that Jiang Yuan, right?" the black-robed young man said. "I heard that he's reputed as the most outstanding genius in Snow River City for the last 100 years, and based on his strength, this rumor is probably true." When he heard this, the yellow-robed young man cupped his fists to the black-robed young man and said, "Brother, where there are people, there will be competition. We've both just arrived at the sword sect, and our strengths are only ordinary. If we don't find someone to rely on, then we'll probably be bullied in the future. What do you think of Jiang Yuan?" The black-robed young man frowned slightly, and he went silent for a long time before he said, "Brother, you're saying that we should seek protection from Jiang Yuan? Make friends with him," the yellow-robed young man said. "I believe that there definitely are small groups in the sword sect. So why don't we form one as well? Moreover, it's the best time for that now. Look at all these youths in the surroundings, they'd already become outer court disciples, and now's precisely the moment they're confused about the future. If we go try to make friends with them, they'll definitely be willing to see it happen as well." The black-robed young man glanced towards the surroundings. Sure enough, even though the youth that exited the pagoda had already passed the exam, there wasn't much happiness on their faces, and faint worry hung on many of their faces instead. He thought for a moment before the black-robed young man cupped his fists to the yellow-robed young man and said, "Im Chen Lu, what's your name, brother?" "Im Huang Ren." "Brother Huang, please take good care of me once we enter the outer court." "Not at all, not at all. Brother Chen was only a level lower than me. If we truly compare our strengths, then you're probably superior to me." "Brother Huang, you must be kidding. I'm clearly aware of my own strength, and since Brother Huang was able to ascend to the 6th level, it's sufficient to prove that no matter if it's cultivation or combat strength, Brother Huang is superior to me. All right, Brother Chen, let's not continue talking about all of this. Look, 2 more people have come out, let's quickly go over and make friends with them, otherwise, if we're too late, then it'll be them who are forming a group." All right. At the illusory realm on the 12th level, Yang Yi held his sword in hand as he ceaselessly attacked the sword servant. Under Yang Yi's storm of attack, the sword servant was obviously in a disadvantageous position, and it could only resist and defend itself. Yang Yi didn't give the sword servant a chance to launch a counterattack, and he swung his sword with increasing speed and strength. Clang! In the end, Yang Yi found a flaw in the sword servant's defense, and he pushed the sword servant's sword away in one go. After that, his right hand shook as his sword stabbed forward directly, and it stabbed into the sword servant's body, causing it to instantly vanish. As he watched the sword servant's body vanish, Yang Yi said in a low voice, "With these sword servants to spar with me, my basic sword technique has become more and more skillful. If my speed and strength can improve a bit more, then the basic sword technique would probably become extremely terrifying." In the past, Yang Yi already felt that the basic sword technique wasn't weak. Now, after he fought these sword servants, it had further proved his thoughts from the past. The basic sword technique stressed on 2 points, speed and strength. Once one got close to the enemy, then one just had to utilize these 2 points to the limit, and one would absolutely be one's opponent's nightmare. Yang Yi didn't continue up to the next level. He stood on the spot with his eyes closed tightly instead, and he recalled the scenes of the battle between him and the sword servant from before. Since the 10th level, had started to carry out self-criticism towards the way he fought in each battle after he won it. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "I revealed 3 flaws, and if this sword servant was a bit stronger, then I would have probably suffered a huge injury. Moreover, I missed 3 of that sword servant's flaws. Looks like my ability is still very inadequate." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took a deep breath before walking up to the 13th level. There was only a single sword servant in the 13th level as well. However, Jiang Ye's expression seemed to be slightly heavy. Because this sword servant was at least 3 times stronger than the sword servant from the 10th level. However, fortunately, it didn't utilize the sword servant from the 12th level as the standard, otherwise, it would really be difficult to deal with a sword servant that possessed 3 times the strength of that sword servant from the 12th level. Without any extra words or movements, he executed an extremely simple stab at the sword servant, and the battle began. At the 10th level of the pagoda, Jian Yuan's battle was much more intense than Yang Ye's. Jian Yuan didn't get into close-quartered combat with the sword servant, and he was fighting sword chi against sword chi with the sword servant, causing sword chi to surge horizontally and vertically through the surroundings. Ding! In a moment of carelessness, a strand of sword chi smashed onto Jian Yuan's chest. However, Jian Yuan wasn't sent out of the sword servant pagoda because he was wearing profound rank armor beneath his clothes. However, even then, it still caused Jian Yuan to break out in cold sweat. Damn it! Is this sword servant's profound energy limitless? It's actually even able to execute sword chi. Jian Yuan cursed in his heart as he fought the sword servant. Had already been fighting this sword servant for a period of time, yet he was utterly unable to harm it at all. Because this sword servant didn't just execute sword chi better than him, its combat instinct was much more formidable than his own. In the past, had been treated like an ancestor at home, and even if he fought in a battle, he was never made to fight a life-and-death battle with a person or dark beast. So, when he encountered a sword servant that wasn't afraid of death, his flaws were instantly fully revealed. However, fortunately, even though his combat instinct was slightly inferior, it wasn't to the extent of causing him to lose. Because the sword servant was only a sword servant in the end, and even though it possessed such combat instinct, it wasn't as intelligent as a human in the end. For a time, both of them were in a stalemate. On the other hand, the woman in a green dress was in a similar situation as Jiang Yuan. A sword servant at the 9th rank of the mortal realm that possessed combat instinct and possessed a solid cultivation was a bit too difficult for her. However, she didn't get dispirited, and she grew more energetic as the battle carried on. She'd been growing up in adverse circumstances since a young age, so difficulty was a common occurrence for her. Someone has entered the 14th level. Outside the pagoda, a young man that was ranked on the outer court rankings exclaimed with surprise, and he pointed towards the large characters on the pagoda. The other outer court disciples by his side looked over as well, and all of them were instantly stunned when they noticed the large characters displayed on the pagoda. The 14th level meant that the person's strength was already invincible amongst his peers. After all, the 9th level mortal realm sword servant at the 14th level was extremely terrifying. Moreover, so long as one ascended to this level, then that person would have tied with the records of the young man with a black mole and the round-faced young man who were the Tundan 3 ranked on the outer court rankings. Qin Feng, this young man called Jiang Yuan isn't bad. He was actually able to ascend to the 14th level. The round-faced young man looked at the young man with a black mole as he spoke with a smile on his face. At that time, the two of them had ascended to the 14th level as well, and they were well aware of the difficulty on that level. So, this young man called Jiang Yuan had aroused deep interest from him. Let's talk about it after he ascends to the 15th level. The young man with a black mole had an extremely calm expression, and he spoke indifferently. The 15th, he has gone up to the 15th already. The young man with a black mole had just finished speaking when a young man near him pointed at the large characters of the pagoda and spoke excitedly. This time, the young man with a black mole was moved. The 15th, it really is the 15th. Haha! When he noticed the characters on the pagoda transforming into, Elder Chao Hua completely lost his composure and roared with laughter. It wasn't just Chao Hua, Even Elder Qian and Elder Fengyu were smiling. What sort of notion was it to ascend to the 15th level? It represented that if this person didn't perish, then after the Sword Sect fostered him for 2 years, then he would be able to represent the Sword Sect in the next Ascension rankings. What did a disciple capable of ascending the Ascension rankings represented? Such a disciple represented the future of the Sword Sect. So, how could they not be excited when a disciple that represented the future of the Sword Sect had appeared? After a moment of excitement, Chao Hua suddenly thought of something, and he turned around and asked Fengyu, "Brother Feng, how many people are left in the pagoda?" When he heard this, Fengyu said, "If I'm not wrong, then 4 people remain in the pagoda. These 4 people are respectively Jiang Yuan, Qin Xue, Fan Wen, and Yang." When he spoke up to hear, Fengyu suddenly looked at Elder Qian and said, "Yang Yi? That labor disciple, Yang Yi?" When he heard Fengyu, Chao Hua looked at Elder Qian as well. He had a slight impression of Yang Yi, and now, he was slightly surprised when he heard Yang Yi was actually still within the pagoda. Elder Qian stroked his beard while he beamed from ear to ear and said, "Of course it's him. I've been constantly paying attention to him, and he hasn't come out yet. He's still within it now." Fengyu and Chao Hua were shocked when they heard this. Presently, the lowest active level in the pagoda was the 10th level. So, in other words, Yang Yi had entered the 10th level. The natural talent and strength of someone capable of entering the 10th level were extremely good. However, the two of them were slightly bewildered about why Yang Yi was unable to become a profounder for an entire year. Right at this moment, a figure was teleported out of the pagoda. Elder Qian was the first to glance over, and he instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that it was Fan Wen and not Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi had entered the 10th level, it meant that it wouldn't be difficult for Yang Yi to be ranked in the top 10 with his current strength. However, Elder Qian still hoped that Yang Yi could ascend a few levels higher. "The 16th level! The 16th!" Someone shouted. In an instant, everyone outside the pagoda, including that group of disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings, were shocked. Chapter 48 Reactive Strike. After he arrived at the 16th level, Yang Yi didn't take the initiative to attack, and he stared concentratedly at the sword servant instead. Had made a discovery at the 15th level, and this discovery was that even though the person who attacked first had obtained the initiative in the battle, that person would reveal a flaw as well. Thus, so long as his strength and speed were enough, then he could utilize this flaw to annihilate his opponent. Now, he intended to utilize this method. After both of them refused to attack for a moment, it was the sword servant that was the first to attack. The sword servant didn't utilize a sword technique, and its figure flashed instantly before stabbing its sword towards Yang Yi. However, this sword strike was extremely swiftly, and it was swift to the point Yang Yi was practically unable to see it clearly. When the sword servant's sword arrived 3 m away from Yang Yi, Yang Yi's right hand that grasped his sword moved. After that, the sword servant's sword stopped a few centimeters away from Yang Yi's neck, and then the sword servant's body started becoming immaterial before vanishing completely. Yang Yi had a calm expression as if he hadn't attacked just now. His eyes were closed slightly as he recalled that sword strike from before. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, "Harmless when it remains stationary yet shocks the world as soon as it moves. In the future, I'll call this move reactive strike." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started laughing. Yang Yi was very satisfied with this move that had comprehended through his battles with the sword servants. This move was extremely sharp, yet it had a flaw, and this flaw was that his own speed and strength had to be swifter than his opponent. Moreover, he had to be able to capture his opponent's flaws in time. Otherwise, he would be inviting death. However, Yang Yi was extremely confident towards his own speed and strength. Yang Yi didn't rest before he walked up to the 17th level. Presently, he truly yearned for battle because only through battle would he be able to perfect the basic sword technique and the reactive strike that had just comprehended. Only ceaseless battle would allow him to become more and more stronger, and the sword servants within this pagoda were the best sparring partners for him. Yan Yi wasn't aware that everyone outside the pagoda had exploded into an uproar when he stepped foot onto the 17th level, and even those arrogant and proud outer court disciples that were ranked on the outer court rankings had exploded into an uproar. After all, none amongst them had stepped foot onto the 17th level during their outer court exam. The 17th level, the 17th level. As expected of the most outstanding genius from Snow River City. My sword sect will possess a super genius in the future. Ha! Chao Hua lost his composure and roared with laughter once more, and he simply seemed no different than a villain that had realized his ambition. Elder Feng Yu and Elder Qian, who stood by Chao Hua's side, exchanged glances, and then they smiled as they shook their heads. Not to mention Chao Hua, even they were almost unable to restrain themselves from roaring with laughter. Because besides that demonic woman, it could be said to be the best result in the outer court exam during the last 10+ years. Those youths at the side weren't as excited as Chao Hua, and their faces were just covered with shock and adoration. Because they'd personally experienced how formidable those sword servants within the pagoda were, and they were already unable to resist those sword servants at the 6th or 7th level. Yet now, someone was actually able to ascend to the 17th level, so how terrifying would that person's strength be? Everyone in the surroundings was either excited or shocked, and only a single person's face was covered in a gloomy expression. That person was Lu Qingyu. Had been paying attention to Yan Yi since the beginning, yet Yan Yi still hadn't emerged from within the pagoda until now. That meant that Yan Yi was at least at the 10th level. Since he was able to ascend to the 10th level, it represented that Yan Yi's strength and natural talent was extremely good. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to him, Lu Qingyu. After all, had only ascended to the 10th level as well. So, once Yan Yi became an outer court disciple and obtained the resources and fostering of the sect, then even if Yan Yi was unable to surpass him in a short period of time, Yan Yi would still be a problem for him. I shouldn't have made that agreement with him on that day, Lu Qingyu muttered while he gazed at the sword servant pagoda with a gloomy expression. In the 17th level, Yan Yi didn't take the initiative to attack, and the sword servant actually didn't attack him as well this time. This caused Yan Yi to be slightly curious. Can this sword servant have seen through my intentions? Yan Yi didn't think about anything else. His eyes were slightly closed while he fully concentrated. He didn't dare be careless at all because this sword servant was extremely formidable. Based on the aura it emanated, then if this sword servant fought the Grey Wolf within the tiny vortex, then the Grey Wolf would definitely be defeated by it. In other words, the strength of this sword servant wasn't just more formidable than a human of the same cultivation realm, it was even stronger than a dark beast at the same cultivation realm. This caused Yan Yi to not dare be careless at all. Yan Yi refused to launch the first strike, and the sword servant refused to attack as well. So, both of them were in a stalemate just like this. On the other side, within the illusory realm that Jiang Yuan resided in, Jiang Yuan had defeated the sword servant at the 10th level with great difficulty, and he arrived at the 11th level. When he sensed the strength of the sword servant here, Jiang Yuan's expression instantly became heavy because this sword servant's strength was too much stronger than the sword servant at the 10th level. After remaining silent for a long time, Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and said, "The 20th level, huh? I, Jiang Yuan, will break this record today." As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped holding back, causing the aura in his entire body to suddenly start rising explosively and madly. At the instant Jiang Yuan's aura rose explosively, the expressions of everyone outside the pagoda changed once more, and Chao Hua cried out involuntarily. "The first heaven realm! Someone is advancing into the first heaven realm within the pagoda." This sentence was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples on the surface of a lake. At this moment, everyone wasn't surprised any longer, and they were shocked instead. Right at this moment, a figure was suddenly teleported out of the pagoda. Everyone focused their gaze over and noticed that it was the woman in a green dress called Qingxue. Right when a woman at the side intended to support Qingxue up, Chao Hua's figure suddenly arrived by Qingxue's side, and he waved his hand to the woman to indicate that she should withdraw herself from here. As he gazed at Qingxue that had sat down cross-legged upon leaving the pagoda, His gaze burned with anticipation, and it was even to the extent that his hands had started to tremble. When they noticed Chao Hua acting in this way, Elder Qian and Feng Yu felt that something was absolutely off. They naturally wouldn't think that Chao Hua had taken a liking to the woman. So, the two of them arrived by Kinx's side, and when they took a closer look, both of them instantly reacted like how Chao Hua had. At this moment, Qingxue sat cross-legged on the ground while energy fluctuated unusually in her surroundings, and Kinx's own aura was rising steadily. Obviously, this was a sign of breaking through in one's cultivation. Qingxue was already at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, so if she broke through again, it would be the first heaven realm. When they thought up Tom here, everyone in the surroundings gasped. There was already a first heaven realm expert in the pagoda, yet another was advancing outside the pagoda right now. How heaven-defying! The young man with a round face said with a trembling voice. 2 first heaven realm experts at the age of 16. Could this be 2 more of that demonic woman in the making? Qin Feng, who stood at the side, shook his head and said, a first heaven realm expert at the age of 16 can indeed be considered a genius. However, if they're compared to that demonic woman, then they're probably quite inferior. When that demonic woman challenged the Sword Servant Pagoda, she hadn't even attained the first heaven realm. She was able to ascend to the 20th level without attaining the first heaven realm. What does that represent? It represents that she can surmount a realm to defeat a first heaven realm expert, while at the mortal realm. The young man with a round face nodded in agreement and said, indeed, that demonic woman is only at the first heaven realm now, yet she's able to fight experts at the king realm. Such natural talent can probably already be considered to be extremely good even within the Origin School and 2 palaces. Even though these 2 people are at the first heaven realm, if they really fought that demonic woman while she was at the mortal realm, then the 2 of them would probably be defeated. No matter what, their natural talent isn't bad. If they don't perish in the future, then they ought to be the ones to take up the sword sex banner in the next ascension rankings. Qin Feng spoke indifferently. Indeed. Alas. The ascension rankings. We have to work hard as well, otherwise, we'll be playing the role of cannon fodder even if we did attend it. At the 17th level, Yan Yi still didn't move, whereas the sword servant remained on the spot without moving like a puppet. The 2 of them were in a stalemate for a very long time now. At a certain moment in time, Yan Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He formed a sword with the fingers on his left hand before lightly slashing it towards the sword servant, and then a strand of sword chi instantly arrived before the sword servant. A cold glow flashed as the sword chi vanished, yet the sword servant still didn't move. Yan Yi walked slowly towards the sword servant. He didn't utilize a movement technique, and just seemed as if he was taking a stroll as he walked slowly towards the sword servant. When he arrived within an area of 6 m before the sword servant attacking, a cold glow flashed, and then the tip of a sword that flickered with a ghastly cold glow appeared before Yang Yi. At the instant that the sword servant attacked, Yang Yi's right hand had moved as well. Swish! A sharp sound of the air being torn apart resounded, and then the tip of the sword servant's sword stopped before Yang Yi's neck. After that, the sword servant's body gradually vanished. Yan Yi touched his neck lightly with his left hand, and then he noticed that the tip of his finger was covered in a bit of scarlet red. My speed is still slightly inadequate. As he gazed at the bit of scarlet red on his finger, Yan Yi muttered in a low voice. If he was just a little bit slower during the collision with that sword servant, then he would have been stopped at the 17th level. Yan Yi didn't rest and stepped onto the stairs towards the 18th level. Chapter 49 Arduous Battle. Outside the pagoda, the gazes of everyone had converged onto the 2 large characters at the center of the pagoda. At this moment, Qingxue, who was advancing at the side, had been disregarded by everyone. Obviously, compared to Kinx's advancement into the first heaven realm, ascending into the 18th level was more shocking. This was normal because practically everyone in the surroundings had challenged the sword servant pagoda in the past, and they knew how terrifying it was. Especially Elder Chao Hua and the other 2 elders, they were very clearly aware what ascending to the 18th level meant. The main objective of the Sword Servant Pagoda was to test one's potential. This potential didn't refer to one's cultivation, and it was one's potential in battle instead. There had never been a lack of geniuses in this world, and it was even to the extent that there were people in the Southern Territory that were capable of surmounting 1 or even 2 ranks of cultivation to do battle. In other words, the true strengths of those with a higher cultivation realm might not be stronger than someone at a lower cultivation realm than them. Cultivation realms weren't the only standard to measure a person's strength. However, having a high cultivation carried obvious benefits, and that was that the amount of profound energy one possessed would definitely be more abundant than someone at a lower cultivation realm. Moreover, when one advanced to certain realms, it would even provide some miraculous abilities. For example, the reason the first heaven realm was more formidable than the mortal realm was that once one attained the first heaven realm, one would be able to absorb the invisible spirit energy in the heavens and the earth into one's body. The spirit energy would fuse with the body and strengthen the body, and then it would extract profound energy from all over the body before further refining profound energy, thus allowing the profound energy to automatically absorb the spirit energy within the heavens and the earth to strengthen itself as it flowed and circulated in the body. After that, it would continue to ceaselessly remodel one's body. Of course, just as it was explained before, the first heaven realm wasn't definitely able to defeat all profounders at the mortal realm. Because there was no lack of various geniuses in this world, nor was there any lack of heaven-defying cultivation techniques. Numerous top-rate cultivation techniques and external sources of strength were capable of allowing an expert at the mortal realm to possess strength comparable to the first heaven realm. For example, the tiny vortex within Yang Ye's body. The golden profound energy created by the tiny vortex was a type of heaven-defying thing. In a certain sense, at that time, when the golden profound energy tempered his body was already on par with the body of a first heaven realm expert, and it was even to the extent that it was stronger than some first heaven realm experts. The reason Chao Hua and the others were shocked was that they thought Jiang Yuan had broken through in battle at the 18th level. So, since Jiang Yuan had ascended to the 17th level while at the mortal realm and advanced to the first heaven realm at the 18th level, it represented that Jiang Yuan didn't just possess a formidable potential in combat, he possessed formidable natural talent as well. A first heaven realm expert at the age of 16 had ascended to the 17th level while at the mortal realm before advancing into the first heaven realm at the 18th level. How could all of this not shock the three of them? Go notify that demonic woman. Tell her someone is about to break her record. Qin Feng gazed at the two characters on the pagoda as he muttered in a low voice. Because since this person was able to ascend to the 17th level while at the mortal realm and has advanced into the first heaven realm now, then with this person's combat strength, he felt that it ought to not be difficult for this person to pass through the 20th level. A young man behind Qin Feng didn't hesitate to turn around and flash towards the distance. At the 18th level, Yan Yi ceaselessly waved the sword in his hand, and it carried numerous afterimages and sharp whistled as it tore through the air. On the other hand, his opponent, the sword servant, refused to show weakness as well, and the sword in its hand was ceaselessly being swung at a speed that was equal to Yang Yi. The two of them constantly exchanged blows, and it had already arrived at no less than a few hundred exchanges. The strength of this sword servant at the 18th level had surprised Yang Yi, especially its speed, which was countless times swifter than the sword servant at the 17th level. Fortunately, he didn't utilize the reactive strike, otherwise, he would have really been courting death. Because even in the best possible scenario, he would only be able to take the sword servant down with him, as this sword servant's attack speed was too swift. If he hadn't bitterly cultivated the basic sword technique for 2 years, if he hadn't tempered himself at the Grand Myriad Mountains, and if he hadn't fought those sword servants from before, then he would definitely be defeated now. Both Yan Yi and the sword servant didn't utilize any sword techniques or sword chi, and they both just utilized the most basic moves to stab at each other and block each other's attacks. Of course, it was impossible to utilize sword chi at such a close distance because sword chi required time to execute, and both of them lacked time the most. Both of them didn't dare to utilize sword chi because the one that did would definitely be immediately stabbed in the heart. The sword servant was in a better state because it only possessed combat instinct and didn't possess any other emotions. Needless to say, the sword servant's lack of intelligence was undoubtedly an advantage at this moment, because it would become nervous or feel fear. Besides engaging in battle, it wouldn't arouse any other negative emotions. On the other hand, Yang Yi would. Even though he was fully concentrated on dealing with the sword servant's attacks, he still had some negative emotions. However, these emotions were just forcefully suppressed by Yang Yi and were unable to erupt. However, if this continued for long, then he would definitely be the first to be unable to hold on. I can't allow this to continue, Yang Yi thought in his heart as he swung the sword in his hand. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi stabbed his sword onto the sword servant's sword, and he relied on the repulsive force on his sword to leap back lightly. Right at the instant Yang Yi leaped backward, the sword servant seized this opportunity to close the distance with Yang Yi, and then the sword in its hand emanated sword images that covered the sky as they enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged when sword images covered the sky as they assaulted him, and the sword in his hand left his grasp and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Ding! Yang Yi's sword was flicked away by the sword servant. At the instant his sword was flicked away, Yang Yi's enormous fists had suddenly appeared before the sword servant, and then he smashed one of his fists at the sword servant's sword while his other fist smashed towards the sword servant's chest. These two fists that suddenly appeared caused the sword servant's movements to stiffen for a moment. Obviously, it had never expected that Yang Yi would actually utilize his fists. However, the sword servant quickly counterattacked. The sword in its hand curved and stabbed towards Yang Yi's chest at a strange angle. A battle between experts could be decided in an instant. Right at the moment that the sword servant's movements stiffened, Yang Yi's right fist had already blasted directly onto the sword servant's chest, whereas the sword servant's sword had arrived before Yang Yi's chest. However, the sword servant's sword had just pierced through Yang Yi's skin when it was blasted flying by the enormous force contained within Yang Yi's fist. At the instant Yang Yi's fist had just come into contact with the sword servant's chest, Yang Yi relaxed his fist and pressed his fingers to form a sword, and then he swiped it lightly. Two strands of sword chi stuck close to the sword servant's body as it flew backward. In the air, the sword servant's speed gradually descended, allowing the two strands of sword chi to pierce through it, causing the sword servant's figure to gradually vanish. At the instant the sword servant's body and its sword vanished, a wisp of fresh blood flowed out from Yang Yi's chest. Even though he was clearly aware that this was an illusion and he wouldn't die here, Yang Yi still felt the aura of death at that instant just now. Just like the 17th level, if he was just a little bit slower this time, then he would similarly have to stop here. Yang Yi picked up his sword that the sword servant had flicked away earlier, and then he sat down cross-legged on the ground and analyzed his own performance. This battle allowed Yang Yi to realize that perhaps his sword technique was already not bad, but in that battle with the sword servant just now, his sword technique and he himself had many inadequacies. His sword technique was inadequate in terms of speed because there were numerous occasions where he could only defend and not attack, and even if he noticed a flaw, he wasn't able to strike in time. His own inadequacies were in terms of lacking calm and composure. Especially when he was in a disadvantaged position at the end of the battle, and had obviously become impatient at that time. Even though the risk he took paid off in the end, it was something that had gambled on. It could be said that he wasn't satisfied with his performance in this battle because he didn't like gambling. If he was able to maintain his calm and composure, then even if he wasn't able to defeat the sword servant with his sword technique, he would still be able to fight it for a period of time. On the other hand, gambling stressed upon luck, and Yang Yi didn't like entrusting his life to something as superficial as luck. Looks like my combat experience is still slightly insufficient. After I leave this pagoda, I must carry out a great deal of actual combat if I have the chance. It's best to carry out life and death battles with the dark beasts in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Only ceaseless life and death experiences will allow me to become more and more stronger, and only then would I be able to open up a path onto that ascension rankings. After he finished summarizing everything, Yang Yi stood up and gazed towards the 19th level. Had already experienced the strength of the sword servant at the 18th level, and it could be said to be the strongest expert below the first heaven realm that had encountered. So how formidable would the sword servant at the 19th level be? This time, Yang Yi didn't ascend to the 19th level immediately, and he sat cross-legged on the ground instead. He utilized the golden profound energy to repair that injury on his chest because he didn't dare to be careless at all when facing his next opponent, and he intended to fight that battle at his peak state. Otherwise, it was very likely that the 19th level would be the last level he overcame. While Yang Yi rested at the 14th level, Jiang Yuan had fought for almost 4 hours before stabbing through the sword servant after it revealed a flaw. However, he was in an extremely sorry state as well. At this moment, he wasn't composed and carefree as he was in the past. The clothes on his body were already in rags while there were even a few bloody marks on his face, and he directly fell weakly to the ground after he dealt with this sword servant. After gasping for a few mouthfuls of breath, he said in a low voice, "What an abnormal sword servant, and what freakish combat strength! It actually almost killed a first heaven realm expert like me." In the past, when ancestors said that utilizing external forces to advance to the first heaven realm was flawed, he was probably right. Alas, I shouldn't have listened to my father and consumed a medicinal pill to advance to the first heaven realm. Yes, his cultivation had been improved through external forces. At that time, he was clearly aware that it would cause imperfections in his cultivation, but he still consumed that medicinal pill in the end. Had done it for none other than reputation. Because a 9th-rank mortal realm expert at the age of 16 was already extremely rare in Snow River City, so what if that 16-year-old was a first heaven realm expert? If it was a 16-year-old first heaven realm expert, then it would be extremely good even in an entire state. For the sake of allowing his reputation as a genius to rise a level higher, had consumed that medicinal pill in the end and improved his cultivation to the first heaven realm. However, he regretted his decision now because if had cultivated normally to the first heaven realm, then he would definitely not be reduced to such a sorry state by the sword servant. Alas! Jiang Yuan sighed, and then he looked at the 15th level. He hesitated for a moment before he revealed a firm expression and said, "Even though I've firmly occupied the first position now, if I ascend another level, then it would definitely arouse the attention of the sword sex elders. I must pass through the 15th level." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and silently recovered his profound energy. Chapter 50 The First Heaven Realm 7 Refinement Peak, Gravity Cavern. The Gravity Cavern was a comparatively abnormal place of cultivation on 7 Refinement Peak. An invisible force would suppress anyone within this cavern. For example, if one was able to stab 10 times with the sword within a breath of time in the outside, then if one entered this cavern and based on the lowest standard of 2 times gravity in the Gravity Cavern, then that person would at most be able to stab 5 times with the sword. At this moment, a woman that wore a tight red-colored leather dress was ceaselessly swinging the sword in her hand within the Gravity Cavern. The woman was extremely beautiful, and she could even be called drop-dead gorgeous. Yes, the woman had a drop-dead gorgeous appearance and features that were charming like a fox. Even though she was training with the sword, her eyes seemed to hold pools of spring water, and it caused her to reveal natural charm as her eyes moved about. Perhaps it was because of the gravity, but her charming face seemed to be covered in a very thin blush that was slightly red, causing her to seem extremely beautiful like a bloomed plum blossom. The woman's red leather dress was extremely revealing, and it fully revealed her graceful curves that were sexy and charming. The leather dress was just barely able to cover the woman's posterior, and it was very short, truly very short. If the woman pulled the leather dress up a little bit, then even if it was only a little, or perhaps if someone squatted down and looked up at the woman, then the scene beneath her dress would definitely be exposed. With such a charming and gorgeous appearance and a hot and sexy figure, the woman's entirety emanated charm and temptation that would drive men mad. Of course, all of this wasn't important, The most important was the multiplication in the gravity cavern was at its highest at this moment, 20 times. Moreover, under this gravity that was 20 times the gravity outside, the woman's sword technique didn't show any traces of being affected, and it seemed as if the gravity didn't exist at all. Senior Sister Murong, Feng Lin has something to report. Right at this moment, a voice resounded from outside the cavern. When she heard this voice, the woman's ink-black brows knit slightly together. She hesitated briefly before she gave up continuing her training. She knew that if it wasn't something extremely important, then these outer court disciples wouldn't dare disturb her. She moved gracefully towards the clothes rack at the side, and with a swing of her hand, she had worn a scarlet-red robe that covered her sexy and enchanting figure. The door to the cavern opened, and the woman appeared at the entrance. Even though she was drop-dead gorgeous, that man called Feng Lin's body was slightly bent instead while his eyes were lowered, and he didn't raise his head to look at the woman. He naturally didn't dare look at her. Some time ago, an outer court disciple that felt confident in his own extraordinary natural talent had glanced at this woman in a lustful manner, and then that outer court disciple's little brother was stomped apart by this demonic woman that stood before him. Moreover, not only had the elders not punished her, they even warned all the outer court disciples that they shouldn't offend this woman. From that day onward, besides a few disciples on the outer court rankings, when the other outer court disciples saw her, they would either go around her or walk with lowered heads while acting as if she didn't exist. The woman took a deep breath, and then she glanced at the Feng Lin and said, "Speak. If it isn't something that interests me, then I'll skin you alive." Feng Lin immediately broke out in cold sweat because he didn't think this woman before him was joking. He hurriedly said, "Senior Sister Murong, a genius, an extraordinary genius had appeared in the outer court exam this time. That person ascended to the 17th level of the Sword Servant Pagoda with a cultivation at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Moreover, he has advanced to the first heaven realm at the 18th level. Most importantly, he's only 16 years old." The woman's expression was extremely calm. She greedily took a deep breath of the fresh air in the surroundings, and then she said, "Ascending to the 17th level while at the 9th rank of the mortal realm and attaining the first heaven realm at the age of 16. This natural talent isn't bad." When she spoke up to here, the corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly to form a strange smile as she said, "However, in my opinion, someone that hasn't defeated the 19th level isn't even a genius. Moreover, I'm only interested in experts at the King realm now. Don't disturb me with such trivial matters in the future. I'll forgive you this time." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman turned around and entered the cavern. As he gazed at the closed door to the cavern, Feng Lin shook his head and laughed bitterly. Such natural talent is actually only alright to her. Even though it was slightly dispiriting, he knew that the woman was telling the truth. Moreover, based on what the woman said earlier, he knew that she didn't take anyone at the first heaven realm seriously. In the illusory realm on the 18th level, Yan Yi opened his eyes, and then he glanced at his chest. At this moment, the injury on his chest had already been completely healed by the gold profound energy. When he noticed his injury was healed, Yan Yi immediately stepped onto the stairs that led to the 19th level. Just like before, there was only a single sword servant on the 19th level as well. However, when Yan Yi saw this sword servant, his expression became unprecedentedly heavy. Because the aura emanated from this sword servant had already surpassed the scope of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. In other words, this sword servant was at the first heaven realm. "There really always is someone stronger," Yan Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at this sword servant. He recalled what Elder Chao Hua had said earlier about someone having passed through the 20th level during the last outer court exam. In other words, that person had defeated the sword servant on the 20th level and had stopped at the 21st level. The sword servant at the 19th level was already a first heaven realm expert whose strength wasn't overstated at all. Then how formidable would the expert at the 20th level be? Most importantly, that person who passed through these levels was only at the mortal realm. At the moment he saw the sword servant, that bit of pride and complacency in Yan Yi's heart from passing through the previous 18 levels had instantly vanished completely. However, this didn't make him feel dispirited, and it aroused unprecedented battle intent within him instead. Since others are able to accomplish it, then why can't I? The first heaven realm? Allow me to test exactly how formidable a first heaven realm expert whose strength isn't overstated at all is. Yan Yi circulated his profound energy. At this moment, the profound energy within his body surged madly like a storm, and the golden sword in his hand instantly transformed into a golden sword that was suffused with a light golden glow. At this moment, Yan Yi didn't hold back at all. At this moment, Yan Yi was truly fighting with all his might. Yan Yi walked forward as he held the golden sword in hand. Had just taken a step forward when a sword suffused with a cold glow had already arrived at his throat. This speed was swift to the point Yan Yi wasn't able to catch it clearly. He could only rely on his own instinct and senses towards danger to dodge to the side. Yan Yi had just dodged to the side, yet the sword followed him like glue. In a short period of an instant, it had stabbed a few tens of times, and every single attack was lethal. Yan Yi's expression changed rapidly because this sword servant at the first heaven realm was very much stronger than had expected. Yan Yi didn't dare be careless or slack off at all, and he retreated while warding off the attacks. Clang! Clang! Numerous sounds of metal colliding instantly resounded in the surroundings, and it was like a beautiful song. At merely the beginning of their collision, Yan Yi was already at a position of absolute disadvantage. The sword technique of this sword servant before him had simply surpassed his own by too much. It didn't carry any extra movements, and it was like the basic sword technique and merely consisted of simple stabbing attacks. However, it was precisely these simple stabbing attacks that caused Yan Yi's scalp to go numb. Because it was too swift, so besides retreating while he warded off these attacks, he didn't even have the ability to counterattack. At this moment, Yan Yi was completely suppressed. However, fortunately, even though he was in a position of absolute disadvantage, his mind was still extremely calm, and he didn't become impatient as he had at the 19th level. One could think with a calm mind, and Yan Yi was thinking deeply at this moment. He knew that if this continued, then he would have absolutely no chance of winning. When he thought up to here, a wisp of a resolute expression flashed on Yan Yi's face. At the same time, the sword in his hand stopped warding off the blows, and he directly stabbed it towards the sword servant. He's attacked in a way that would cause both of them to perish together. Sure enough, at this moment Yan Yi utilized such an attack. The sword servant before him had suddenly changed its sword move. The sword servant raised its sword slightly to block Yan Yi's sword, and then its sword didn't lose any momentum as it stabbed directly towards Yan Yi's chest. As he gazed at the sword that struck towards him, Yan Yi revealed a savage expression. He clenched his left hand into a fist before directly smashing his fist towards the sword. At the same time, his wrist spun to stab once more at the sword servant's chest. Hiss! The sword servant's sword pierced through Yan Yi's left hand. Yan Yi paid no attention to his left hand, and he felt delighted instead. Because his sword was on the verge of piercing the sword servant's chest. However, right when Yan Yi's sword was about to pierce the sword servant's chest, the sword servant's figure suddenly moved back and avoided his attack instead. Moreover, during the process that it retreated, the sword servant aimed its sword at Yan Yi and slashed through the air. A white-colored strand of sword chi instantly arrived before Yan Yi's chest, and it was swift like a bolt of lightning. This strand of sword chi that appeared abruptly caused Yan Yi's expression to change once more. Chapter 51 I'll bet with you. Yan Yi had never expected that he would still be unable to injure the sword servant after attacking in such a manner. Moreover, his palm was even pierced through by the sword servant, while the sword servant was actually able to execute a strand of sword chi towards him in the process of its retreat. Such combat instinct is too terrifying. Yan Yi didn't have the time to think before he placed his sword horizontally before his chest. Clang! The sword in Yan Yi's hand trembled violently, and it obviously showed how ferocious this strand of sword chi was. Under the enormous force transmitted by this strand of sword chi, Yan Yi was struck to the point of retreating repeatedly. On the other hand, at this instant the sword chi dispersed. The sword servant that was originally retreating had suddenly appeared before Yan Yi. Moreover, the sword in its hand appeared alongside it, and the sword stabbed extremely ruthlessly towards Yan Yi's chest. It won't even give me the chance to catch my breath. As he watched the sword stab over once more, Yan Yi was slightly furious. However, he felt slight admiration as well in his heart because this sword servant had grasped the flaws he revealed with extreme accuracy. Moreover, the combat instinct possessed by this sword servant was truly extremely terrifying. Even though he felt admiration, Yan Yi's admiration wasn't at the point of making him surrender because of it. He executed gale steps and flashed to the side. At the same time, a strand of golden sword chi suddenly flashed out from Yan Yi's sword, and it shot directly at the sword servant. The sword servant didn't dodge, and it slashed its sword down towards Yan Yi's golden sword chi instead. Obviously, the sword servant was clearly aware that so long as it possessed speed and strength, then even a strand of sword chi could be slashed to dispersal. However, the sword servant had underestimated Yan Yi's golden profound energy this time. Clang! A clear and melodious clang resounded. The strand of golden sword chi directly pierced through the sword servant's sword, and it shot towards the sword servant that stood behind the sword. The sword servant seemed to be slightly surprised, and its figure stiffened slightly. However, it quickly recovered from its surprise, and its figure twisted in a strange manner to dodge Yan Yi's golden sword chi. Yan Yi was delighted when he noticed that his sword chi was actually so formidable, and he immediately and ceaselessly swung the sword in his hand and the fingers on his left hand that were pressed together to form a sword, causing over 10 strands of sword chi to shoot towards the sword servant like a storm. Yan Yi didn't have the slightest shred of confidence to defeat the sword servant in close-quartered combat, so he could only utilize sword chi to suppress it, and then find its weak point and give it a lethal strike. Yan Yi thought like this and acted like this. However, his way of thinking was good, yet reality was brutal. At the moment Yan Yi executed strands of sword chi, the sword servant had similarly executed over 10 strands of white sword chi. Moreover, these strands of white sword chi actually shot towards every single one of Yan Yi's golden sword chi. When he saw this, the smile Yan Yi revealed just moments ago had instantly vanished, and his face was covered in an extremely solemn expression. He'd attacked first to gain an advantage, and he was the first to execute strands of sword chi. Under such circumstances, the sword servant was still able to utilize numerous strands of sword chi to block his own sword chi. What did this mean? It meant that the sword servant's control of profound energy and sword chi far exceeded his own. Bang! The sword chi from both sides collided, and then they instantly rumbled and dispersed. Yan Yi didn't execute sword chi any longer, and he held the sword in his hand as he charged and stabbed at the sword servant. In terms of profound energy, he was only at the 8th rank of the mortal realm, and he would definitely be unable to compare to the sword servant at the 1st heaven realm. Since he couldn't compare with it in terms of sword chi or close-quartered combat, then he could only put his life on the line and fight desperately. Yan Yi completely abandoned his defense. His speed was slightly inferior to the sword servant, but it wasn't too much inferior. Coupled with the fact that he was fighting while completely disregarding his own life, even though he was in a disadvantaged position, yet he wasn't suppressed completely as he was at the beginning. However, he paid the price for this as well. In a short period of time, his clothes were already in rags, and numerous bloody marks covered his body. Yan Yi paid no attention to those injuries. He only had a single thought in his mind, and it was to fight without any regard for his life. You stab me, then I'll stab you as well. Let's see who has no regard for his life. At this moment, the sword servant revealed a flaw once more. It was a sword servant that possessed combat instincts and didn't possess any negative emotions, and this was an advantage. However, in a similar manner, it wouldn't fight without any regard for its life like Yan Yi did. So, when both their swords were about to stab each other, it would first block Yan Yi's sword before attempting to stab Yan Yi again. It was exactly because of this that Yan Yi grew more and more ferocious and had lesser and lesser regard for his life as he fought. Moreover, Yan Yi noticed that the golden profound energy within his body had suddenly started to flow slowly, and it was repairing the injuries on his body. This discovery caused Yan Yi to be slightly excited. He never imagined that the golden profound energy would actually repair his body on its own, and this caused him to fight even more fearlessly. Since the outer court exam began, 2 days had already passed. In these 2 days of time, not only had the number of people outside the sword servant pagoda not reduced, it had increased constantly instead. It was even to the extent that some outer court elders had come over as well. There were only 2 people left within the sword servant pagoda now. One was Yang Yi and the other was Jiang Yuan. Even though Yang Yi had persisted within the pagoda until now, everyone had disregarded him. Because everyone's thoughts had converged onto that super genius, Jiang Yuan. Now, no matter if it was Yang Yi or Qingxue that had advanced into the first heaven realm, they were masked by Jiang Yuan's radiance. Brother Hua, that Jiang Yuan really ascended to the 17th level with a cultivation at the 9th rank of the mortal realm? It was an outer court elder that asked this question. He was around 40 years old, and he was called Chen Feng. He was one of the elders in charge of the assignment hall. Originally, he wasn't interested in this exam, but he wasn't able to sit still any longer when he heard that someone was actually able to ascend to the 17th level while at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Chao Hua combed his beard and said with a smile, "Of course, a 16-year-old first heaven realm expert. If our sword sect fosters him well, then with his natural talent and potential, he'll definitely be able to be ranked on the next ascension rankings." Chen Feng nodded with a smile when he heard this, and he said, "Not bad, not bad. I originally thought that no monstrous geniuses would appear amongst the outer court disciples this time, yet I never expected that one would actually appear. The heavens are really good to my sword sect. Right, who's the other person within the pagoda?" Chao Hua didn't speak, and Elder Qian, who stood at the side, said hurriedly, "It's Yang Yi. The Yang Yi that all of you used as a negative example when you taught disciples. At that time, I said that Yang Yi's natural talent isn't bad, but all of you didn't believe me. Now, he's still inside the pagoda, so he's at least at the 15th level. Tell me, is someone capable of ascending the 15th level a genius?" Elder Qian was slightly complacent as he spoke, and he seemed like someone that was intoxicated by success. However, it wasn't his fault. At that time, both Yan Yi and him had suffered a great deal of ridicule from the other outer court elders, and if it wasn't for the presence of a monstrous genius like Jiang Yuan, then Yan Yi's ability to persist until now would be a direct slap to the face for all these outer court elders. "It can't be, right?" Chen Feng was obviously slightly doubtful, and he said, "At that time, he wasn't even able to become a profounder after an entire year. Moreover, I still remember that he'd been reduced to a labor disciple, yet he was able to persist within the pagoda for so long?" Elder Qian laughed coldly. He would naturally not tell this old fellow that Yang Yi possessed 5-element profound energy. Chao Hua smiled bitterly at the side and said, "Brother Qian is right, that kid, Yang Yi, really is within the pagoda, and it's truly a surprise to me that he was able to persist for so long. However, don't get complacent, Brother Qian. Even though he isn't bad, he's much inferior to Jiang Yuan and Qingxue." "I don't think so," Elder Qian objected and said, "Jiang Yuan and Qingxue's natural talent are not bad indeed. But Yang Yi isn't inferior as well. Not to mention that nobody knows who exactly is at the 19th level." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Qian instantly felt slight regret. When he saw Chao Hua use Jiang Yuan to belittle Yang Yi, he was slightly displeased, and he'd accidentally blurted out such words. Chao Hua instantly started roaring with laughter when he heard this. He laughed for a while before he said, "Brother Qian, do you dare to make a bet with me? We'll bet who's at the 19th level. I'll bet my sword chest, that Earthbale's sword chest. What do you think?" The other outer court elders at the side were shocked when they heard Chao Hua. Chao Hua's Earthbale sword formation was renowned in the sword sect. That sword chest of his contained 36 high-grade yellow rank swords. Moreover, a talisman master had even inscribed a mid-grade profound rank sword formation technique within it. When utilized against one's enemies, the 36 swords would instantly form into a sword formation, and their might could only be described as terrifying. Elder Qian was slightly surprised. He as well had never imagined that Chao Hua would actually bet with the sword chest that Chao Hua treated like a precious treasure. After all, that sword chest was even more important than his life to Chao Hua. Normally, he wouldn't even allow the other outer court elders to have a look at it. Elder Qian raised his head to glance at the sword servant pagoda, and then he glanced at Chao Hua, who had a teasing expression all over his face. Elder Qian knew that if he didn't agree to the bet, then this old fellow would definitely ridicule him in the future. "What do you want from me?" Elder Qian spoke in a low voice. Chao Hua beamed from ear to ear upon hearing this, and he said, "Brother Qian, you ought to know how precious that sword chest of mine is. If I win, then I don't want anything else. I just want that mid-grade profound rank inscribed sword of yours. What do you think?" All the elders in the surroundings instantly shook their heads upon hearing Chao Hua. This Chao Hua really dares to dream. Elder Qian's inscribed sword was renowned amongst the outer court elders in the sect as well. Not only was it a mid-grade profound rank sword, but it was also inscribed with an amplification inscription by a talisman master. It could be said that with the inscribed sword in his possession, Elder Qian's strength would at least be improved by 30%. Elder Qian's chest rose and fell rapidly, and he was obviously infuriated. Just like Chao Hua, the inscribed sword was even more important than his life to him. After all, under the effect of the nurturing he'd provided it within his dantian for over 10 years, it had already formed a slight link with him. Coupled with the inscription it possessed, in his opinion, this sword was already a part of him. If he lost this sword, then his strength would drop a few levels at least. So, how could he possibly dare to bet with this sword? Right when he was about to refuse, a clear and melodious voice resounded from behind the two of them. "Geezer, I'll bet with you. You actually dared to look down on the little laborer." Chapter 52 Fight. It was none other than Bauer that spoke these words. For the sake of pleasing the little fellow, she'd searched throughout Talisman Peak. The heavens didn't let Bauer down, and she finally found her grandfather's treasures. Now, as soon as she obtained these treasures, she'd rushed over impatiently to look for Yang Yi. However, she never expected that Yang Yi was participating in the outer court exam. This caused Bauer, who was unable to see the little fellow at the first possible moment, feel slightly displeased. For the sake of being able to see the little fellow as soon as possible, she'd casually grabbed an outer court disciple and asked that disciple to lead her to the sword servant pagoda. Right when she arrived here, she'd heard Chao Hua's words, and this caused her to feel even more displayed. Because she could look down upon the little laborer, but no one else could. Moreover, the little laborer was her junior brother, and as the little laborer's senior sister, how could she allow others to look down upon her junior brother? So, at this moment, Bauer gazed at Chao Hua with an extremely hostile gaze. All the other youths in the surroundings were slightly shocked when they saw that a little girl actually dared to address an outer court elder as a geezer. Because an outer court elder was an expert at the king realm. If it wasn't because the little girl was young and extremely cute, a few of these youths had almost been unable to restrain themselves from scolding her. In the next moment, those few youths felt extremely fortunate that they hadn't acted in that way. Because when those outer court elders that were supreme in their opinions saw the little girl, their originally solemn expressions instantly became slightly strange. First, they revealed extreme surprise, and then it transformed into extremely bitter expressions. In the end, they had extremely forced smiles on their faces. Bao! What are you doing here?" Chao Hua squeezed out a smile, and it was extremely forced. Bao grunted coldly and said, "Geezer, didn't you say that you want to make a bet? Bao will bet with you." When they saw the little she-devil was looking for trouble with Chao Hua, all the other outer court elders at the side hurriedly moved aside and maintained a certain amount of distance from Chao Hua. What a joke! Would anyone dare to offend this little she-devil? Chao Hua cursed in his heart when he noticed their actions, and then he said with a smile, "I was joking. I was just joking earlier. There's utterly no bet at all." How could he dare to make a bet with Bauer? Because no matter if he won or lost, it still wouldn't be good for him. Bauer obviously didn't intend to let Xiaohua off, and her eyes narrowed as she said, "Geezer, are you looking down on Bauer?" When he noticed the little she-devil seemed to be on the verge of getting angry, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he groaned bitterly in his heart. If I knew this would happen, then I wouldn't have mentioned that bet no matter what. Meanwhile, Elder Qian seemed to take pleasure in Xiaohua's misfortune and said, "Exactly, Xiaohua, are you looking down on Bauer?" The other elders at the side hurriedly chimed on, and they simultaneously stood on Bauer's side. Xiaohua's eyes could almost shoot flames as he gazed at these outer court elders. "They're pushing me into the frying pan." Meanwhile, Bauer said, "Geezer, don't act like that. Bauer won't make it unfavorable for you. How about this? If Bauer loses, then Bauer will ask Grandpa to inscribe another sword formation on that sword chest of yours, and if you lose, then you just have to give me that sword chest. What do you think? For real?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he spoke in a slightly excited manner. His sword chest already had a sword formation on it, and if another sword formation was inscribed, then its might and value would at least double. Most importantly, Bauer had mentioned her grandfather, and everyone knew her grandfather. He was a Heaven Talisman Master. The inscription of a Heaven Talisman Master could truly only be chanced upon by luck. It wasn't just Xiaohua, even the other elders at the side were moved by this. If the dark treasure in their possession was inscribed by a Heaven Talisman Master, then their combat strength would absolutely be able to improve greatly. However, all of them still didn't take the initiative to make a bet with Bauer because Bauer asking them for a bet and them asking Bauer for a bet was two entirely different concepts. If Bauer's grandfather misunderstood and thought that the few of them had tricked Bauer, then they would truly be in deep shit. Bauer glanced at Xiaohua with displeasure and said, "Would Bauer deceive you? Not to mention that it's only a sword formation, and Grandpa can finish it with ease. All right, I'll make the bet." This time, there wasn't a trace of a troubled expression on Xiaohua's face. Conversely, he smiled extremely brilliantly. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other elders towards Xiaohua carried slight envy. If Xiaohua won, then he would benefit greatly, and if Xiaohua lost, could Xiaohua even lose? It wasn't that they looked down upon Yan Yi, and it was instead because they knew how difficult the 19th level was. Could a profounder at the 8th rank of the mortal realm ascend to the 19th level? Not to mention them, even Elder Qian who was close to Yan Yi didn't really believe it was possible. The only person that believed it was Bauer. Actually, Bauer didn't have any idea at all about the 19th level, and the reason she made a bet with Xiaohua was merely because she was close to Yan Yi. It was just such a simple reason. As for winning or losing, she didn't attach any importance to it because all her thoughts were focused on the little fellow. At this moment, Yan Yi was unaware that Bauer had made a bet on him with someone else, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have the mood to pay any attention to it. At this moment, Yan Yi's entire body was covered in injuries while his clothes were already in rags. However, his opponent, the sword servant, wasn't in a much better state. Its body was similarly covered in numerous injuries, and it was just lesser than the amount on Yan Yi's body. Yan Yi didn't know how long he fought the sword servant for. All he knew that was the slightest bit of carelessness would allow the sword servant to end him with a single sword strike. All he could do was concentrate completely, and fight the sword servant to the death while completely disregarding his own life. Needless to say, battles of life and death were the best in allowing one to grow swiftly. Up until this point in the battle, not only had Yan Yi's basic sword technique become a sort of instinct to him, he'd gradually become accustomed to the sword servant's speed. Even though he was still in a disadvantaged position, he wasn't in such a sorry state. Moreover, he'd even forced the sword servant back a few times. This allowed Yan Yi to prove his way of thinking once more, and this way of thinking was that only life and death battles were able to allow one to grow quickly and become strong. Yan Yi believed that if he fought a version of himself from before he entered the sword servant pagoda, then that version of himself would definitely be utterly crushed in battle. Without him noticing, another 4 hours had passed. Yan Yi had gradually moved from being in a disadvantaged position to being on par with the sword servant. The two of them exchanged blows repeatedly, and the sound of metal colliding was the only melody on this level. After another 6 hours passed, Yan Yi had completely occupied an advantageous position, and the sword servant was completely suppressed by Yan Yi. It was just like the situation when Yan Yi had just started the battle with this sword servant, and the only difference was that the roles had been exchanged. After fighting for such a long time, not only did Yan Yi show no signs of exhaustion, he'd become more and more excited instead, and he felt more and more energetic. Because he noticed that during this battle with the sword servant, his strength was improving extremely swiftly. Not only had his understanding of the basic sword technique deepened, he'd even become completely familiar with the sword servant's moves. Know one's enemy as well as one knew oneself. Yan Yi had already completely seen through the sword servant's moves and its habits when attacking, so he'd occupied an advantageous position and completely suppressed the sword servant in battle. The sword servants in the pagoda had their own advantages, yet they had disadvantages as well. It mainly depended on the sword servant's opponent. If its opponent was one of those comparatively weak youths, then its flaws wouldn't be exposed because it possessed an extremely extraordinary combat instinct and lacked any negative emotions. All of these were its advantages. However, if it encountered an opponent like Yan Yi, then its flaws would be exposed. For example, Yan Yi could improve his strength in battle and become stronger, whereas the sword servant was incapable of this. Its cultivation and combat instinct were fixed at a certain level, and if it couldn't deal with Yan Yi right away, then it was bound to suffer. This could be said to be the sword servant's weakness. Otherwise, if a human first heaven realm expert that possessed the sword servant's combat instinct fought Yan Yi, then Yan Yi would definitely lose. Because while Yan Yi was improving, his opponent would be improving as well, and while Yan Yi became accustomed to his opponent's moves and habits, his opponent would do the same as well. Under such circumstances, and coupled with the fact that Yan Yi's cultivation was lower, it would definitely be impossible for Yan Yi to obtain victory. So, the sword servant's advantages and disadvantages depended on its opponent. If one was stronger, then the sword servant would be covered in flaws, and if one was weak, then the sword servant would be covered in strong points. After another 2 hours passed, at a certain point in time, Yan Yi grabbed onto a lethal flaw of the sword servant's, and he disregarded his life as he stabbed his sword through the sword servant's chest. However, he paid the price for this as well because his left chest had been pierced by the sword servant's sword as well. Yan Yi heaved a sigh of relief as he gazed at the sword servant that was gradually dispersing, and then he sat on the ground and gasped for breath. This battle could be said to be the most arduous battle he'd had in his entire life, and even the battle with the Grey Wolf wasn't so arduous. Because during the battle with the Grey Wolf, he could flee when the situation wasn't good, but he couldn't flee here. He could only fight to the death here. 2 hours later, Yan Yi opened his eyes and glanced at his left chest. The bleeding there had already stopped, and there was only a small scar left there. It was already fine. Exactly what sort of existence is that tiny vortex within my body? Yan Yi spoke in a low voice as he gazed at the injury. Needless to say, the golden profound energy created by the tiny vortex was too terrifying. No matter if it was utilized to recover or attack, it was extremely effective. Never mind, I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Yan Yi didn't think any further about this. He glanced at the staircase, and then sat down cross-legged and started to recover the injuries in the other parts of his body. The 19th level was already so terrifying, so how formidable would the 20th level be? Chapter 53 The 20th Level. A super genius comparable to that demonic woman has appeared in the sect. No one knew who'd spoken these words, but it caused the entire sword sect's outer court to seethe with excitement. Some outer court disciples that were originally not interested in the outer court exam had rushed over to the sword servant pagoda, and it was even to the extent that some disciples and elders in closed-door cultivation had been dragged over by their respective friends. For a time, the area outside the sword servant pagoda was unprecedentedly bustling with excitement. A first heaven realm expert at the age of 16. TSK. That Jiang Yuan within the Sword Servant Pagoda really does deserve to be the most outstanding genius in Snow River City for the last 100 years. Yeah, I was only at the 6th rank of the mortal realm at the age of 16, yet he's already at the first heaven realm. Comparisons really are odious. There are some people in the world that are called monstrous geniuses. Our sword sect already had a demonic woman, now it has this Jiang Yuan as well. My sword sect is about to rise. There's also that labor disciple Yang Yi. He was able to persist within the pagoda for so long, and it's sufficient to display his strength and natural talent. If nothing unexpected occurs, then he, Jiang Yuan, and Qingxue will participate in the next ascension rankings. Life really is full of ups and downs. When he was reduced to a labor disciple that day, I'd even laughed at him with some other disciples. I never expected that in such a short period of time, he has already surpassed all of us. Yes, I know about him as well. When a technique instructor was guiding me in a technique, and I wasn't learning seriously, that elder asked me if I wanted to become the second Yan Yi. If he asks me such a question now, I would absolutely say that I do. Humph. So what if his natural talent isn't bad? He'd bound to be like an accessory with Jiang Yuan taking the center stage. Junior brother, those words of yours sound like they carry some envy. However, that's true as well. After the appearance of that demonic woman, all the other geniuses on the outer court rankings dimmed in comparison, and were unable to make a name for themselves. This time, there's Jiang Yuan, so that junior sister Qingxue who had just advanced into the first heaven realm, and this labor disciple can only serve as contrast for him. When he noticed that more and more people had arrived, and the surroundings had become more and more clamorous, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook his heart. These fellows actually disregarded their own cultivation for the sake of seeing a genius. However, he didn't stop them because if he heard of such news, then he would definitely rush over as well. Geezer, when's the little laborer coming out? Meanwhile, Bauer looked at Xiaohua while she asked with slight impatience. She'd been waiting for a long time, and if this geezer hadn't said that Yan Yi would gain benefit from being within the pagoda, she would have entered it a long time ago and dragged him out. As he gazed at the little she-devil before him, Xiaohua felt his head hurt slightly. Actually, he was very curious about why this little she-devil would be on so good terms with Yan Yi. Moreover, she even seemed to obey everything that Yan Yi said. Geezer, I asked you a question. The little laborer will be fine in there, right? Bauer was slightly worried. Xiaohua hurriedly said with a smile. Of course. It's an illusion formation that's within the pagoda, so he'll be fine even if he dies within the pagoda. As for why he still hasn't come out, I'm not very sure as well. However, I estimate that he should be coming out soon. Xiaohua had just finished speaking when the symbols of the Sword Servant Pagoda flickered, and then a figure was teleported out. He's out, that labor disciple has come out. When he heard the voices of the disciples in the side, Xiaohua said with a smile. Look, he has come out. Suddenly, Xiaohua's voice stopped abruptly because the surroundings were too quiet, and that little she-devil had shot a hostile gaze at him again. Xiaohua instinctively glanced towards the side. He noticed that everyone, including the elders by his side, had become extremely quiet, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. Xiaohua frowned and looked towards that figure which had been teleported out, and his figure instantly froze on the spot when he saw the appearance of that person. A strange scene had appeared outside the pagoda. The clamorous noise in the surroundings had vanished while everyone had become extremely quiet, and it was even to the extent that they could be said to be flabbergasted. Jiang Yuan shook his head forcefully, and he opened his eyes when the dizzy feeling in his mind vanished. He was stunned as well when he saw the scene before his eyes. Everyone was looking at him, they were looking at him without even blinking, and it baffled him. In next to no time, a brilliant smile appeared on Jiang Yuan's face, and he thought in his heart, "It's definitely because my results are too extraordinary," and it shocked all of these people. Right, I'm a first heaven realm expert, and I've even overcome the 15th level. How could they not be shocked? When he thought up to here, Jiang Yuan stood up, and then he walked over to Chao Hua and cupped his fists before he said, "Elder, I passed through the 15th level." When he spoke these words, Jiang Yuan's voice was calm, but the pride revealed on his face was extremely obvious. When he heard Jiang Yuan, Chao Hua finally returned to his senses. He didn't answer Jiang Yuan, and he just gazed at the sword servant pagoda as if he'd lost his soul. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Ha ha! Meanwhile, loud laughter resounded abruptly. It was none other than Elder Qian who was roaring with laughter. At the moment that he saw it was Jiang Yuan that was teleported out of the pagoda, his heart thumped violently, and now, when he heard Jiang Yuan, he'd become even more confident. At this moment, he'd used his laughter to vent the excitement in his heart. This outcome had truly surprised everyone, especially those elders. A profounder at the 8th rank of the mortal realm has arrived at the 19th level? What sort of notion is this? Some were happy, some were shocked, some were puzzled, and some were anxious. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was extremely puzzled. He was utterly bewildered. Because the cheers, the gazes of adoration, and the attempts to curry favor with him that he'd imagined hadn't occurred. The elders had disregarded him, and the disciples in the surroundings shot strange gazers at him. "Stop wondering and raise your head to look at the number on the pagoda." Right at this moment, Qingxue that had already advanced into the first heaven realm had walked over to Jiang Yuan's side and ridiculed him. Truthfully speaking, she was extremely shocked when she saw Jiang Yuan, and just like the others, she'd thought that it was Jiang Yuan who was at the 19th level. Obviously, all of them were wrong. However, she was quickly able to come to accept it after her shock. Because compared to Jiang Yuan, she'd rather stand on Yang Ye's side for no other reason than character alone. Jiang Yuan didn't mind Qingxue's tone, and he raised his head to look at the pagoda. When he saw the two large characters on the pagoda, Jiang Yuan's eyes instantly opened wide. After that, the expression of his face was extremely colorful. The anxious naturally referred to Lu Qingyu. At the moment he saw Jiang Yuan, he wasn't surprised but shocked. He'd never placed his thought on Jiang Yuan, and he'd been constantly calculating how long Yang Yi was within the pagoda. Needless to say, these few days were undoubtedly torment for him, and every hour Yang Yi stayed within the pagoda was like a form of torture to him. Because the longer Yang Yi persisted, then greater his strength and potential were. Now, it wasn't torturing any longer, and it was a calamity. The other disciples in the surroundings that were ranked on the outer court rankings glanced at Lu Qingyu. When they saw Lu Qingyu's had clenched his fists together tightly, and had a gloomy expression, all of them shook their heads in their hearts. This is a perfect example of courting death. However, this allowed all of them to understand a principle, and that was to never underestimate their enemies or give their enemies a chance. Otherwise, Lu Qingyu was the best example of the consequences. At this moment, Lu Qingyu was filled with regret as well, extreme regret. If he knew that Yang Yi would attain such accomplishments, he would have disregarded everything to kill Yang Yi on that day. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. Not to mention whether he would be able to kill Yang Yi. So long as he dared to make a move against Yang Yi, then the elders of the sword sect would absolutely not spare him. Lu Qingyu didn't continue watching. He glanced deeply at the sword servant pagoda before he turned around and left. He had no interest to know exactly what level Yang Yi ascended to now because he had to think of a way to deal with Yang Yi. Because he knew that with the enmity between the Lu clan and Yang Yi, then if Yang Yi were to rise in strength and status within the sword sect, then Yang Yi would absolutely not spare his Lu clan. Now, he had to think about how to smother such a threat before it could mature. After he meditated for over 2 hours of time at the 19th level, Yang Yi opened his tightly closed eyes, and a wisp of joy flashed in his eyes. He said, "I never expected that this battle would actually allow me to advance to the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Life and death battles really are beneficial." Yes, after the battle from before, he'd already become a profounder at the 9th rank of the mortal realm, and the improvement in his strength allowed him to be even more confident in his ability to deal with the sword servant on the next level. Yang Yi stood up and stretched his limbs, and he nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cracking emanated from all over his body. If he were to fight that first Heaven Realm sword servant from before once more, then he would definitely not use so much of time to attain victory. Because not only had his cultivation improved, even his physical strength had attained an obvious increase. Yan Yi didn't hesitate to swiftly step onto the stairs towards the 20th level. Presently, he was filled with battle intent. Yan Yi arrived at the 20th level, and he was directly stunned on the spot when he laid eyes on his opponent. After that, his eyes narrowed while his expression became even heavier than when he faced that sword servant at the first Heaven Realm. Chapter 54: A Terrifying Opponent. The opponent before Yan Yi wasn't a sword servant, and it was a completely pitch-black rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was extremely huge. It was around 3 meters in height, while its figure was around 4 to 5 times Yan Yi's size, and it had fist-sized eyes. The most striking feature it had was the 2 horns on its head. The horns were around an entire half a meter in length. Especially the edges and the tip of its horns, they revealed a ghastly glow that caused one's heart to feel cold. They were like 2 sharp scimitars that emanated a heavy and oppressive pressure. Besides the 2 horns on the rhinoceros, Yan Yi was also afraid of its pitch-black scales. Its body was covered in a scale armor that was like a suit of armor, and based on its thickness, Yan Yi didn't have to touch it to know how hard it was. A king-rank dark beast, dark scale rhino! This pagoda really thinks highly of me! As he gazed at the colossus before him, Yan Yi gasped as he revealed a wisp of a bitter expression. A first Heaven Realm expert with a strength that wasn't overstated at all was extremely formidable, and Yan Yi had already experienced it for himself. However, a king-rank dark beast with a strength that wasn't overstated at all could absolutely be described as terrifying. After all, in the Southern Territory, dark beasts usually crushed human profounders at the same cultivation realm. Especially if it was humans that hadn't attained the spirit realm. Because a human's physical defense couldn't compare to a dark beast at all. Especially when some dark beasts possess innate abilities. So if a human fought a dark beast of the same cultivation realm in close-quartered combat, then the human wouldn't have any chance of winning. Of course, this excluded some top-rate monstrous geniuses. Humans only obtained an advantage when they attained the spirit realm because human experts at the spirit realm could transform profound energy into wings, fly in the air, and do battle in the air. Moreover, experts at the spirit realm even possessed some special abilities. With these special abilities and the ability to fight in midair, they were able to avoid being disadvantaged when fighting dark beasts. Now, not only did Yan Yi have to fight a dark beast, he had to fight one that was 2 cultivation realms above his own cultivation. The difficulty of accomplishing this was obvious. Yan Yi laughed with self-ridicule. That day, I dared to fight a 9th-rank dark beast while at the 7th rank of the mortal realm. Now, it's only a king-rank dark beast, so what's there to be fearful of? Moreover, don't I yearn for battle? Isn't this colossus before me a very good opponent? After straightening out his thinking, Yan Yi's expression as he gazed at the rhino wasn't bitter as it was before this, and it was extremely calm instead. However, he didn't dare be careless. He took a deep breath, and his sword slanted downwards as the profound energy within his body surged madly towards his sword. Along with the profound energy surging ceaselessly into the sword, not only did it become golden color, it even emanated a faint glow. At a certain moment in time, Yan Yi's eyes suddenly focused, and he slashed the sword towards the dark-scale rhino before him. Energy split sword technique! Yan Yi shouted in a fierce voice as a strand of ferocious golden sword chi shot out explosively from the top of his sword. The sword chi was like a bolt of lightning, and it arrived before the dark-scale rhino in the time of 2 breaths. At the moment Yan Yi's sword chi shot out, the dark-scale rhino moved as well. It didn't dodge the sword chi, and it charged forward swiftly instead and moved to collide with the sword chi. Bang! The golden sword chi slashed onto the rhinoceros' head. However, not only was it not injured, it blasted Yan Yi's sword chi apart instead. Moreover, it didn't slow down at all as it transformed into a black shadow that smashed towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he noticed that the golden sword she actually hadn't affected the rhinoceros at all. Its defense is even more formidable than I'd imagined. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think any further. He poured his profound energy into his sword before he tapped his right foot lightly on the ground, and then his figure soared into the sky. He held the sword in his hand and slashed it down towards the dark-scale rhino that was charging at him. Clang! The sword slashed onto its head, causing sparks to spray into the surroundings, and the force that came from the dark-scale rhino itself caused Yang Ye's face to turn grim. In the next moment, this enormous force blasted Yang Yi flying, and he flew over 10 m away before he smashed heavily onto a wall. Yang Yi disregarded the roiling vital blood in his body as he hurriedly stood up, and as soon as he did, he saw a black shadow had already arrived before him. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. Even though his physical body was formidable, how could he dare collide with a king-rank dark beast? He executed Gale's step instinctively, and he moved 6 m to the side to avoid colliding with the dark-scale rhino. However, in the next moment, the dark-scale rhino made a strange turn and charged once more at Yang Yi. What swift speed! What a nimble dark beast! Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw the dark-scale rhino charge once more at him. This dark beast's speed and nimbleness had exceeded his expectations. He didn't dare be careless, and he executed the Gale steps once more. However, he didn't dodge this time, and he charged forward instead to meet the dark-scale rhino in battle. He utilized the strategy he used against the colossal Python King in Cool Breeze Gorge. He didn't fight it head-on, and he moved nimbly around it while seeking an opportunity to attack. After an hour passed, not only had Yang Yi failed to gain any results, he'd almost been stabbed by the dark-scale rhino's horns on many occasions. Because this king-rank dark beast's speed and reaction were countless times better than the colossal Python King, and even though its figure was enormous, it wasn't cumbersome at all. Moreover, its defense simply caused Yang Yi to be on the verge of despair. He'd slashed countless strikes onto the dark-scale rhino's body, yet it hadn't caused any harm to the dark-scale rhino. Conversely, his arm had become numb from the force that was transmitted back to him from the collision with the dark-scale rhino's scales. Sword techniques were useless against the dark-scale rhino, while entering into closed-quartered combat was no different than courting death, and even moving nimbly while seeking for an opportunity to attack was fruitless. As for fighting while disregarding his life, so long as there wasn't anything wrong with Yang Ye's brain, he would absolutely not do that. Formidable strength and flawless defense. Yang Yi was really in trouble this time. He didn't know that while he was going through hell here, someone outside the pagoda was going through worst. That person was none other than Elder Chaohua. As he gazed at Bauer, who'd spread out her little hands while grinning at him, Chaohua was in a difficult situation. He really didn't want to give that sword chest to Bauer, because he'd exhausted numerous years of contribution points from the sect in order to exchange for those 36 high-grade yellow rank swords within the sword chest. Especially the inscription on the sword chest, he'd paid an extremely great price to hire a talisman master to inscribe that. It could be said that the sword chest wasn't just something he utilized to protect his own life, it was his entire lifetime of savings. He was truly unwilling to give it to Bauer just like that. However, he knew that if he dared to go back on his word, then unless he left the sword sect, he would definitely suffer horrifying consequences. At this moment, Chaohua's insides had turned green with regret. If he knew that Jian Yuan was such a good-for-nothing fellow, then he wouldn't have mentioned that bet no matter what. Now, this was a perfect example of hurting oneself by one's own doing. Elder Qian was regretful as well. He regretted not accepting Chaohua's bet. If he made the bet with Chaohua, then wouldn't he have obtained another treasure that could protect his life? Unfortunately, there were no pills for regret in this world, otherwise both of them would definitely buy one. Geezer, stop hesitating and quickly hand over the sword chest. Bauer gestured and spoke with slight impatience. Chaohua's expression changed indeterminately. Right when he was considering if he should flee, he heard Bauer say, "Geezer, you wouldn't be thinking about going back on your word, right?" When she spoke up to hear, Bauer felt that it was very likely, and she glared at Chao Hua as she said, I knew that no one amongst all of you geezers in the outer court is good. I'm going to tell my grandpa and ask him not to inscribe for the geezers of the outer court. Now, it was serious. The teasing smiles on the faces of all the other outer court elders that were watching the show had vanished, and their gazes towards Chao Hua had turned hostile. Feng Yu said, Brother Hua, accept your defeat. Since you lost, then give the sword chest to Bauer. Don't lose face for all of us outer court elders. Exactly, isn't it just a sword chest? Brother Hua, quickly hand it over. Don't spoil the reputation of us outer court elders. Brother Hua, let me tell you that if you dare to go back on your word, then don't blame all of us for not giving you any face. Exactly. Quickly hand over the sword chest. Don't make Bauer angry. For a time, all the elders had started to play good cop and bad cop in order to make Chao Hua hand over the sword chest. Chao Hua's expression was utterly unsightly. What do all of you mean by it's just a sword chest? What do you mean that I'll lose face for the outer court elders? Chao Hua truly wanted to slap all of these shameless fellows all the way to the Grand Myriad Mountains. Aren't all of you just afraid of the little she-devil's grandfather? Do all of you have to speak with such righteous indignation? All of them chose to disregard Chao Hua's unsightly expression. What a joke! The outer court had already given this little she-devil a bad impression in the past, and the little she-devil was someone that would blame everyone for the mistakes of a single person. Moreover, trying to talk about facts and reason with the little she-devil was absolutely impossible. So, they could only sacrifice Chao Hua. In the end, under the hostile gazes of all the outer court elders and Bauer, Chao Hua's face twitched without end as he withdrew the sword chest. The sword chest was over 1 m long and 2 palms wide. It was extremely huge and completely pitch black, and a strange set of symbols could be seen on the front of it. Bauer disregarded Chao Hua's pained expression and grinned as she received the sword chest from him. After that, she sized it up briefly before she said, There's nothing great about it. If it was an earth-bale sword formation formed from profound rank swords and a sword formation inscription by my grandfather, then it could be considered to be not bad. Before Chao Hua could say anything, she continued to strike another blow to him. Look at this sword chest of yours. I won't say anything about these 36 trash swords because I know that you're poor. But I have to say something about this inscription. Looks at this symbol, its markings are lax and dim. It's obviously the work of an incompetent talisman master, and his technique is even inferior to my own. In short, this sword chest of yours is a piece of trash. Yet you were actually so reluctant. Bauer looked down on you. Chao Hua was angered to the point his chest rose and fell violently. How can she say such things? For the sake of not dying from anger, Chao Hua turned around and left. All the other elders watched Chao Hua leave with pity, and then they glanced at Bauer and shook their heads. They really wanted to say, Rich little girl, do you really think everyone is as rich as all of you talisman masters? However, all of them very intelligently kept their mouths shut because they might be looked down upon once more if they did speak out. Bauer paid no attention to Chao Hua, who'd been angered to the point of leaving. She gazed at the sword chest in her hand, and her eyes glowed as she said, Even though this sword chest is a real piece of trash, it's not bad for the little laborer to use. Yes, once he comes out, I'll use this sword chest in exchange for the little fellow, hee. Chapter 55, the 21st level. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Yan Yi was forced to collide head-on with the dark-scale rhino, and the outcome was obvious. Yan Yi was blasted flying without any doubt, and then he had an intimate encounter with the wall. Yan Yi wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth as he quickly stood back up, and then his right leg tapped lightly on the ground. He relied on the counterforce from this to soar into the air in order to avoid the dark-scale rhino that had already arrived before him. At the instant he avoided the dark-scale rhino, Yan Yi took advantage of this opportunity to descend onto the bag of the dark-scale rhino. Yan Yi didn't let this opportunity slip by. He held his sword with both hands before his profound energy instantly surged into the sword, and then he swiftly stabbed it towards the dark scale rhino's back. Clang! A resounding clang reverberated through the air, and Yang Ye's hands felt numb. He didn't have to look to know that he'd still been unable to break through the dark scale rhino's defense. Right when he intended to strike once more, the dark scale rhino suddenly soared into the air, and then it flipped its body in midair before descending swiftly. Based on the current situation, the dark scale rhino intended to squash Yan Yi to death. Yan Yi was horrified. He didn't even hesitate to slap his right hand onto the dark scale rhino's back, and he relied on the force from this to flash away. Bang! The mountain-like body of the dark scale rhino fell to the ground, and the entire level shook as if it was an earthquake. Yan Ye's eyelids twitched when he sensed the violent trembling from the ground. If he was a step slower, then no matter how formidable his physical body was, he would have probably become a pile of mush. At this moment, Yan Yi truly had a deep feeling of powerlessness. The colossus before him was simply without any flaws. It possessed formidable strength, an abnormal defense, and a speed that wasn't weak at all. How am I supposed to fight it? At this moment, he really wanted to ask that fellow that had passed this level about exactly how that fellow had accomplished it. If he could rely on an external source of strength like a high-grade strength talisman, then Yan Yi was confident in his ability to break through the rhino's defense. However, the problem was that he couldn't rely on external sources of strength here, so Yan Yi truly felt slightly powerless. Right at the moment that the dark scale rhino stood up, Yan Ye's brows suddenly knit together, and then for some unknown reason, his eyes had suddenly lit up. Right after that, he revealed an annoyed expression and said, "Little fellow, why didn't you say so earlier?" As he spoke, Yan Yi charged swiftly, and he transformed into a gale that charged towards the dark scale rhino that had just stood up. Yes, just moments ago, the little fellow who was sleeping within his vortex dantian had woken up. After that, the little fellow told him about the dark scale rhino's weakness. This caused Yan Yi to feel both delighted and depressed. He was delighted because he finally had hope of defeating the dark scale rhino, and he depressed because the unreliable little fellow had actually only told him now. If the little fellow had told him just a bit earlier, then would he have fallen into such a sorry state? However, he didn't have the time to deal with the little fellow now. He only had a single thought now, and it was to defeat this king-rank dark beast. Yan Yi rose his speed to the limit. At the moment the dark scale rhino had just stood up, Yan Yi had already arrived before it. The dark scale rhino's reaction towards this wasn't slow at all. Its enormous figure immediately shot out violently towards Yan Yi, and it pressed down towards Yan Yi like an enormous mountain. Right at the moment that they were about to collide, Yan Yi's legs bent as he suddenly knelt down to the ground, and he slid on the ground beneath the dark scale rhino. Yan Yi didn't dare miss this opportunity, and he held the sword that was suffused with a golden glow, as he suddenly raised it up towards the dark scale rhino's stomach. Hiss! The tip of the sword pierced through the dark scale rhino's skin. However, Yan Yi didn't even have the chance to feel happy when he noticed the tip of the sword was unable to move deeper at all, and the dark scale rhino actually intended to leap into the air to escape his sword. Yan Yi was shocked, and he didn't dare hesitate. The profound energy within his entire body surged towards the sword like a torrent, and then he utilized all his strength to suddenly spin the sword in his hand. Hiss! This time, his sword wasn't obstructed again. It penetrated through the dark scale rhino's stomach until only the hilt of the sword remained outside. Moreover, at this moment, the dark scale rhino's body had just leaped into the air, but it was a bit too late. The dark scale rhino's body vanished slowly. As he watched it vanish, Yan Yi lay on the ground, and he wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead as he said in his heart, "What luck!" Yes, this victory could truly be considered as luck. If it wasn't for the little fellow telling him about the dark scale rhino's weak point, then besides admitting defeat, he wouldn't have any other option. Moreover, this weak point of the dark scale rhino couldn't really be considered as a weak point because his golden profound energy and the physical strength in his entire body were merely able to pierce through its skin. Needless to say, if his strength and speed were slightly inferior, then he would probably be squashed into mush. After experiencing this battle, Yang Yi understood many things. Firstly, physical strength and defense were extremely important. Earlier, if his own physical strength wasn't formidable, then his body would have probably fallen apart from a single collision with the dark-scale rhino, and it would be impossible for him to attain victory. So, Yang Yi had decided that he would definitely train his body. With the golden profound energy, he believed that in terms of the improvement of physical defense and strength, he would be able to gain twice the result with half the effort. The second thing he understood was speed wasn't almighty. At the very least, it wasn't really effective against dark beasts. Just like the dark-scale rhino from before. His speed was already extremely swift, and he was able to execute a few tens of strikes against the dark-scale rhino within a breath of time. However, it was useless. He was unable to break through the dark-scale rhino's defense no matter how many strikes he executed with the sword. So, he still had to improve his strength because only when an even stronger strength was combined with speed would it be able to pose a threat to dark beasts. Otherwise, if he went against a king-rank dark beast, then he could only suffer a bearing. The third thing he understood was that he wasn't skilled enough in the utilization of techniques. His energy split sword technique hadn't been able to affect the sword servant at the 19th level, or the dark-scale rhino at all. Of course, it couldn't be said that the technique was weak because he'd witnessed exactly how formidable the energy split sword technique was when Su Qingshi executed it. He presently possessed 5 types of techniques: the basic sword technique, energy split sword technique, sword control technique, sword chi finger, and Gale's steps. One of them was at the earth rank, one was at the mid-grade of the profound rank, and another was a high-grade yellow rank technique. It could be said that the quality of his techniques wasn't low. However, besides the basic sword technique, he didn't possess high attainments in the others, and he could only be considered to have learned their basics. All along the way, if he hadn't cultivated the basic sword technique to the point it was like a part of his instinct, and if he didn't rely on these high-rank techniques, then he would have definitely been eliminated from the pagoda a long time ago. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi took a deep breath and laughed bitterly as he said, "Looks like I still have many inadequacies." According to rumor, the geniuses amongst geniuses are ranked on the Ascension ranking. With my current strength, I would probably be like an ant to them. Yang Yi had never underestimated the Southern Territory's Ascension rankings. Yang Yi didn't know how many people resided in the entire Southern Territory, but he was clearly aware of a single thing: there were definitely countless monstrous geniuses in the Southern Territory. If he desired to become eminent amongst those monstrous geniuses and fight his way into the top 5, then the difficult to accomplish it was absolutely unimaginable for him. He's already bragged, and he'd even said that to a beauty. So, if he couldn't accomplish it, then not only would he lose his Tao companion, he would lose face as well. So, he had to be harsh and strict towards himself. Only with pressure is there motivation. Yang Yi smiled and stopped thinking about the future. Now, he ought to face the difficulties before him. There was a king-rank dark beast at the 20th level, so how terrifying would the 21st level be? Would he stop at the 21st level just like that genius from the last outer court exam? Yang Yi didn't think about it any longer. He had to recover his profound energy now. He wasn't confident in his ability to deal with the next level, but he wouldn't give up. No matter what, he wanted to give it a try, and even if it was a spirit-rank dark beast, he would still give it a try. 4 days had already passed since the outer court exam began, yet not only had the people outside the pagoda not reduced in number, more and more people were converging here instead. Especially when the news of a labor disciple at the 8th rank of the mortal realm ascending to the 20th level had spread. It wasn't just the outer court disciples that converged outside the Sword Servant Pagoda, even some labor disciples from Labor Peak had come over. Yang Yi was still a labor disciple now, and a labor disciple had shocked the entire sword sect. As labor disciples as well, those labor disciples on Labor Peak were even more excited than the other outer court disciples. The elders of the sword sect didn't drive those labor disciples away because that freak within the Sword Servant Pagoda was a labor disciple himself. Something worthy of mentioning was that since everyone found out that the person within the Sword Servant Pagoda was Yang Yi, some people within the sect started speaking of Yang Yi as a role model of the sect. They had reason to make Yang Yi a role model. For example, Yang Yi was from an impoverished family, had endured hardships since a young age, hadn't given up even when he was reduced to a labor disciple, and so on and so forth. In short, everything bad about Yang Yi in the past had become extremely meaningful at this moment. Moreover, Elder Qian was praised by all the disciples for possessing insightful eyes to discern a genius, and Elder Qian beamed from ear to ear when he heard this. Presently, everyone outside the Sword Servant Pagoda was watching as Yang Yi would be able to break the record from the last outer court exam, and create a new record. Under everyone's gazes of anticipation, Yang Yi opened his eyes in the 20th level, and then he stepped foot onto the 21st level. Chapter 56 Choice. Yang Yi had just stepped foot onto the 21st level when he saw an old man grinning at him. There were no wrinkles on the old man's face, and if it was just based on appearance, then the old man could even be said to be a middle-aged man. However, the old man's gray beard that grew until his chest and the snow-white hair on his head gave his age away. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with a smile that was extremely amiable and like a gust of spring breeze. "This is my opponent?" Yang Yi was slightly bewildered as he gazed at the old man. Based on his preconceived ideas from before, Yang Yi originally thought that it would be a sword servant that awaited him on this level, but he never expected that an old man would appear here instead. Moreover, this old man's expression was too alive. "Not bad. You arrived here with a strength at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. Both you and that little girl aren't bad at all." Right when Yang Yi was bewildered, the old man had spoken. "You." Yang Yi opened his eyes wide, and he said with disbelief, "You can speak?" The old man smiled as he nodded and said, "I know you're extremely curious, but I don't have the time to explain. I came here to tell you that you don't have to continue." When he heard this, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered about the questions and shock in his heart as he asked, "Why?" "Because the 20th level is already the limit for someone below the first heaven realm," the old man explained. "Being able to arrive here with a strength at the 9th rank of the mortal realm is sufficient to prove your natural talent and potential. Once you leave this place, the Sword Sect will focus on fostering you. As for the difficulty of this level, it already isn't something you can resist." Yang Yi went silent for a long time before he said, "Senior, I know that you're telling the truth, but I still want to ask you if I can give it a try." In Yang Ye's opinion, this was an opportunity to ceaselessly improve himself, and he didn't want to give it up. As he gazed at Yang Ye's firm expression, the old man smiled and said, "You're just like that little girl from that day, both of you yearn for battle. However, I want to tell you that the difficulty of this level is beyond your imagination. You have to understand that the little girl from before had a much more superior natural talent and strength than your own, yet she was still unable to persist through this level." Yang Yi knew who that little girl the old man spoke of was. Since she could arrive here, her natural talent and strength were definitely not inferior to his own. However, he didn't care because he didn't have any intention to compare himself to her. He just wanted to fight, so he still said firmly, "Senior, I want to give it a try." The old man sighed. "I knew you wouldn't give up. Let me first tell you the difficulty of this level, and then you can decide if you want to give up or not. At this level, it isn't a battle with a sword servant any longer, and it's a sword formation instead. In this sword formation, 100 energy swords formed from profound energy would attack you after every 5 breaths of time, and your goal is to persist within the sword formation until these energy swords aren't of any threat to you any longer. I want to give it a try." Yang Yi gazed at the old man and spoke firmly. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, "I haven't finished speaking. The might of this sword formation isn't the main point, and the main point is the sword formation isn't an illusion any longer. In other words, if you die within the sword formation, then you'll really die. It isn't an illusion formation any longer? I'll really die there?" Yang Yi was shocked in his heart upon hearing this. At this moment, the old man's words ceaselessly resounded in his mind. The old man continued, I'm not lying. If you fail at this level, then you'll cease to exist in this world. The reason I've made an appearance here is that I don't want the sword sect to lose a genius. Senior, did that person choose to continue challenging this level? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. The old man knew who Yang Yi was referring to, and he immediately shook his head and said, she didn't choose to continue because she knew that 100 energy swords every 5 breath of time was absolutely not something she could go against. Of course, it isn't something you can go against as well. I can clearly tell you that her strength far exceeded yours. Yang Yi went silent, and he hesitated this time. If that sword formation was still an illusion formation, then he would absolutely not hesitate because he wouldn't die. No matter how terrifying it was just an illusion formation in the end. So, he wouldn't fear it at all. However, the old man told him that it wasn't an illusion formation, and it was a real sword formation. Moreover, it was a sword formation that surpassed a first heaven realm expert and a king-ranked dark beast. Yang Yi was truly hesitant. Right at this moment, the old man waved his hand, and then a sword, a scroll, and an armor appeared before Yang Yi. Right when Yang Yi was puzzled by this action, the old man said, if you chose to withdraw, then this high-grade profound rank sword, high-grade profound rank technique, and high-grade profound rank armor will be yours. Why? As he gazed at these 3 treasures, Yang Yi asked with a puzzled expression. From the beginning, the old man before him seemed to be unwilling to allow him to continue. Moreover, the old man's origins were extremely mysterious. Why did this old man make an appearance here? Why is he giving me 3 treasures just to make me give up? The old man smiled and said, I know what you're puzzled about. I can't tell you about a lot of things. I can only tell you that I'm obstructing you because I'm a member of the sword sect. I don't wish for a genius of the sword sect to perish. You ought to be clearly aware that the sword sect can't afford to lose a genius now. Yang Yi went silent when he heard this. After a long time, his gaze descended onto those 3 treasures, and the hesitation in his eyes was extremely obvious. Yang Yi was truly hesitant right now. 2 types of voices had appeared in his mind. One said take it and leave, of course. What are you hesitating for? Only an idiot would risk his life to overcome that terrifying sword formation. If you leave now, then not only would you become renowned throughout the sword sect, you'd even obtain 3 profound rank treasures. How great is that? What are you still hesitating for? On the other hand, the other voice objected, don't take it, of course. The path towards the martial Dao requires a fearless heart. If you give up on challenging this level because of unknown difficulties and for the sake of treasures, then your heart towards the martial Dao would be flawed. In the future you'll choose to shrink back when you encounter difficulties. Meanwhile, the first voice interrupted the second voice. Is this shrinking back? Is it shrinking back when you're facing an opponent that's impossible to defeat? This is being sensible. Moreover, not to mention whether you'll be able to pass through the sword formation. So what if you do succeed? It would be none other than a slight increase in strength. But what if you fail? Have you thought about your mother and younger sister? What would they do if you die? Would the Lu clan let them go? The second voice went silent. Obviously, Yan Ye's younger sister and mother were the most important in his heart. The old man smiled as he gazed at Yang Yi. He didn't say anything, and only a strange glow flashed occasionally through his eyes. After a long time, Yang Yi smiled and said, Right, if I died, then what would my younger sister and mother do? For the sake of my younger sister and mother, I can't die. So, as he spoke, his hand stretched towards the 3 treasures before him. However, at this moment Yang Yi hadn't noticed that when he spoke those words, a wisp of disappointment had obviously flashed through the old man's eye. Right when Yang Ye's hand touched the scroll, his hand suddenly shrunk back, and then he looked at the old man and said with a smile, So, senior, I want to continue. The old man was stunned, and then he said with astonishment after a long time, You want to continue? Yang Yi nodded while his eyes didn't carry a trace of hesitation. There was only a firm expression in his eyes as he said, "The path towards the martial Tao is bound to be full of bumps. If I don't have firm confidence and fearless courage, then I'm bound to be unable to go far on the path towards the martial Tao." A wisp of approval flashed past the old man's eyes, and then he asked, "Then what about your younger sister and mother? What would they do if you died in the sword formation? Aren't you being a bit too selfish by disregarding your loved ones for the sake of our own martial Tao and improvement of strength?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Senior, the strong are respected in the Southern Territory. Only by possessed strength would I be able to take control of my own fate, and only then would I be able to better protect my loved ones. If I don't become strong, then the lives of my younger sister, mother, and even my own life wouldn't be in my own control in the end. Moreover, if I allow my younger sister and mother to be the excuse for shrinking back this time, then when I encounter difficulties in the future, I'll definitely utilize them as the excuse to be a coward and shrink back. So, I want to continue." Actually, Yan Ye's desire to continue wasn't merely for the sake of improving his strength now, and he was doing it for the sake of eliminating his inner demons. Yes, when those two voices appeared in his mind, he knew that he already had inner demons. If these inner demons weren't eliminated, then his will wouldn't be firm, and his heart towards the martial Tao would have been shaken. That was absolutely a calamity to him. In order to completely eliminate these inner demons, he had to continue challenging this level. Because he'd become fearful after he heard the old man. Yes, that moment of hesitation was actually because of fear, and he'd been constantly avoiding this face. So, that voice that asked him to shrink back had appeared within his mind. At the bottom of it all, that voice was something he made up in order to conceal the fact that he was afraid. As for his mother, younger sister, or the treasures, they were all excuses. The old man gazed at Yan Yi while the approval in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. He said, "Everyone has their own inner demons, but many people either avoid or submit to these inner demons. Young man, you were able to swing your sword and eliminate your inner demons. Not bad at all. Finally, congratulations. You've passed." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure gradually vanished like the sword servants from before, and the three treasures vanished along with the old man. It really was an illusion. But the illusion this time was really realistic. As he gazed at the spot where the old man vanished, Yan Yi muttered in a low voice. After he decided to continue, his mind had cleared up greatly, and he thought of numerous things. One of them was that this scene before him was still an illusion, but he wasn't sure. Because the old man was too realistic. Now, as he watched the old man vanish along with the three treasures just like how the sword servants from before had vanished, he'd confirmed his suspicions. Yan Yi took a deep breath, and then he didn't look back as he walked towards the stairs that led to the 20-tuned level. Now, he was truly fearless towards the next challenge he would face. When Yan Yi arrived at the 22-teach level, the others outside the pagoda seethed with excitement. Chapter 57, the 22nd level. Feng Lin arrived once more at 7 Refinement Peak. Qin Feng hadn't asked him to come here this time, and he himself wanted to instead. At this moment, he was extremely excited, truly excited because someone even more monstrous than the demonic woman had appeared in the sword sect. "Senior Sister Murong, someone has passed the 21st level and arrived at the 22nd level." Feng Lin spoke towards the gravity cavern. After a short moment, the door to the cavern opened slowly, and then Murong Yao appeared before Feng Lin. As usual, she was still so beautiful and charming. However, Feng Lin didn't dare look, and he hurriedly lowered his head. "Really?" Murong Yao gazed at Feng Lin as she asked in an indifferent voice. Feng Lin hurriedly said, "Senior Sister Murong, I wouldn't dare deceive you no matter what. Moreover, he's only at the 8th rank of the mortal realm." "The 8th rank of the mortal realm?" Murong Yao frowned and said, "Didn't you say that had advanced into the 1st heaven realm when you came here the last time? Why has it become the 8th rank of the mortal realm now? Are you playing tricks on me?" As she finished speaking, Murong Yao's entire body emanated a formidable fluctuation of profound energy, and she seemed as if she was about to attack. Feng Lin instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he hurriedly explained. Senior Sister Murong, calm your rage. It isn't that ID deceived you. Someone had really advanced into the first heaven realm within the Sword Servant Pagoda, but would never expected that it wasn't that fellow at the first heaven realm who'd ascended to the 20-tuned level, and it was that Yan Yi who'd been reduced to a labored disciple. On the other hand, that fellow who advanced into the first heaven realm had only ascended to the 15th level. Murong Yao restrained her aura upon hearing this, and she gazed towards the Sword Servant Pagoda, and then she seemed to have thought of something, causing her beautiful face to instantly turn icy cold. She said, Damnable old bastard! You actually dared to deceive me! A profounder at the 8th rank of the mortal realm ascended to the 20-tuned level? Interesting. He's qualified to make me meet him! As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she directly vanished on the spot. As he watched Murong Yao flash towards the Sword Servant Pagoda, Feng Lin heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, Junior brother Yang Yi, good luck surviving that demonic woman! More and more people arrived outside the Sword Servant Pagoda, or it could be said that everyone from the outer court and was within the sect had come. If it was said that some people felt some disdain or lack of interest towards Yang Yi, then since the moment Yang Yi stepped foot onto the 20-tuned level, not a single person dared to maintain that disdain or calm mentality. In the last 100 years, there had only been 2 records in the Sword Servant Pagoda. One was Su Qingshi's record at the 19th level 10 years ago, and the other was Murong Yao's record at the 20th level. Yet now, someone had broken both these records and improved it once more. Moreover, it seemed as if this person would continue going up. So, no one was able to maintain their calm. Even if it was some disciples that were on the verge of breaking through, they'd stop temporarily, and came to the Sword Servant Pagoda to lay eyes on this heaven-defying labor disciple. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was extremely displeased, especially displeased. Originally, these people in the surroundings had probably come here for him, yet now, he who was the most outstanding genius from Snow River City in the last 100 years had been disregarded by everyone. Yes, had been disregarded by everyone. No one came to make friends with him or curry favor with him, and even the outer court elders had disregarded him. When he thought up to here, Jiang Yuan clenched his fists tightly and cursed in a low voice. That damnable labor disciple! What did you say? Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded by Jiang Yuan's side. Jiang Yuan turned around to look, and he noticed a little girl was staring at him with a hostile gaze. At this moment, he was feeling displeased, so how could he bother about a little child? So, he immediately said angrily, What does that have to do with you? Don't bother me! How dare you scold me? Bauer glared at Jiang Yuan while she clenched both her small fists tightly. So what if I did? Where did you come from, little child? Get the fuck home and drink some milk, otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Shut your mouth! Jiang Yuan hadn't finished speaking because Elder Qian had interrupted him from the side. Elder Qian glared angrily at Jiang Yuan and said, Apologize to Bauer. His tone allowed no dispute. It wasn't just Elder Qian, even the other elders at the side were glaring angrily at Jiang Yuan, and it seemed like if he dared to say no at all, then they would immediately transform him into ash. As he gazed at those elders that were glaring angrily at him, Jiang Yuan's heart went cold. He was unable to figure out why these elders would treat him in such a way because of a little girl. After all, he was at the First Heaven Realm, a First Heaven Realm expert at the age of 16. At this moment, Jiang Yuan was extremely aggrieved in his heart. Not to mention a 16-year-old First Heaven Realm expert, even if he was a 16-year-old King Realm expert, these elders would still not hesitate to stand on Bauer's side. Not to mention that Bauer's grandfather was a Heaven Talisman Master, even Bauer's own value far exceeded Jiang Yuan. Actually, all of these elders didn't just give in to Bauer on every occasion solely because of Bauer's grandfather, and it was also because Bauer herself was a Grade 5 Talisman Master. When a 16-year-old First Heaven Realm expert was compared to a 14-year-old Grade 5 Talisman Master, then not to mention them, even all the other sects wouldn't hesitate to choose the 14-year-old Grade 5 Talisman Master. Apologize! It'll give you one last chance! Elder Qian's eyes narrowed slightly while he spoke in a cold voice. Jian Yuan's heart trembled when he heard Elder Qian's emotionless voice. He knew that if he didn't apologize, then he would definitely suffer punishment. Moreover, not only did those other elders at the side not speak on his behalf, they glared angrily at him as well. At this moment, even an idiot would realize that this little girl's identity was definitely not simple. He didn't dare hesitate to bow to Bauer, and he revealed a smile as he said, "So sorry, I apologize to Senior Sister. I hope Senior Sister can forgive me." Bauer grunted coldly, and then she paid no further attention to Jiang Yuan before looking towards the sword servant pagoda. At this moment, she only hoped that the little laborer would come out quickly and give the little fellow to her. All the elders heaved sighs of relief when they noticed that the little she-devil hadn't gotten angry. Because this little she-devil was famous for refusing to let the matter rest, and she wasn't someone that was reasonable at all. If the little she-devil really insisted on pursuing the matter, then it would be slightly difficult for them. After all, Jiang Yuan still wasn't a disciple of the sword sect, so they didn't have the authority to punish him. Fortunately, the little she-devil's mood wasn't bad, and she didn't pursue the matter. After he watched the attitude these elders had towards Bauer, Jiang Yuan turned around to ask an outer court disciple about Bauer's identity. When he found out that Bauer's grandfather was the Peak Master of Talisman Peak and the consequences those outer court disciples who offended Bauer faced, Jiang Yuan broke out in cold sweat from terror. At the 20-tuned level, when he saw the scene before his eyes, Yan Ye's heart couldn't help but thump violently. There was no sword servant or old man at the 20-tuned level, but there were numerous symbols on the walls and the surroundings. Obviously, it was a formation, and based on what the old man had said before, Yan Yi was sure that this was that sword formation. Yan Yi stopped at the staircase and didn't walk to the center. He was naturally not afraid, and he was just thinking of a strategy. If it was really as the old man had said, and it shot 100 energy swords towards him after every 5 breaths of time, then he had to think of a method to deal with it. Otherwise, his heart would probably be pierced through as soon as he walked in. Dodge? Yan Ye's first thought was to dodge. However, he quickly rejected this method. Not to mention whether he would be able to dodge with his current speed, so what if he could? What would the next batch? He would probably be unable to dodge after less than 2 breaths of time had passed. Since he couldn't dodge, then he could only go head-on against them. However, Yan Yi wasn't confident in his ability to accomplish that. "Little fellow, do you have any ideas?" In the end, Yan Yi could only ask the little fellow, and he hoped that the little fellow would give him some help just as it had before this. However, he was disappointed. The little fellow shook its head within his vortex dantian to display that it was helpless as well. Yan Yi shook his head helplessly, and then he leaped up and lightly descended at the center. Since he didn't have any good strategy to deal with the formation, then he could only proceed with caution because strategies are things that are forced out by pressure. At the instant Yan Yi had just descended at the center, the symbols on the surrounding walls instantly lit up. After that, they flowed swiftly according to a certain pattern, and it wasn't long before all the symbols in the room had started to flow swiftly. It was even to the extent that the floor beneath Yan Yi's feet had lit up, and it was flowing as well. Yan Yi stood at the center, and he had a heavy expression as he gazed at the strange symbols beneath his feet. Moreover, as his golden profound energy poured endlessly into the sword in his hand, it gradually started to tremble, as if it had come to life. Swish! Right at this moment, 100 energy swords suddenly shot out from the walls in the surroundings, and they shot violently towards Yan Yi from all 4 directions. Moreover, they were swift like bolts of lightning. At the center, Yan Yi's eyes narrowed while a wisp of a savage expression surged onto his face. Chapter 58 Sword Control Technique. Yan Yi let out a low shout as he executed Gale steps to the limit, and the sword in his hand slashed down fiercely towards the over 30 energy swords before him. Yan Yi didn't dare hold back. Under the amplification provided by the golden profound energy, Yan Ye's full-forced attack caused the sword in his hand to seem as if it had stabbed through the air. Everywhere his sword passed, an extremely obvious wave of air seemed to appear, and a sharp and ear-piercing whistle resounded through the air as well. Bang! An energy explosion rumbled and resounded through the surroundings. The energy swords that collided with Yan Ye's sword instantly dispersed into the air, whereas Yan Ye's speed didn't reduce at all as he brushed past the remaining energy swords. Yan Ye's figure stopped, and then he turned around and didn't even look before he charged swiftly and stabbed with the golden sword in his hand. Bang! Another energy explosion resounded. Yan Ye's stab had shattered a few of the energy swords at the front, and then he brushed past the remaining energy swords once again. In the next moment he turned around, and then he turned again. Since the moment the formation activated, Yan Yi had ceaselessly repeated these movements, and he could only do this. The energy swords were too swift and too numerous. So, if he wanted to dodge them, it was utterly impossible to accomplish with his attainments in the Gale Step technique, and he could only go head-on against them like he was at this moment. Of course, he had to pay a heavy price to accomplish this. In next to no time, Yan Ye's entire body including his face was covered in dense bloody marks. Besides his fierce eyes, there was practically not a single uninjured spot on his body, and it was still increasing. At this moment, Yan Yi believed the old man. This sword formation was utterly not something someone below the first heaven realm could go against. If he didn't possess a physical body that was on par with a 9th-rank dark beast and the heaven-defying recuperative ability of the golden profound energy, even he would be unable to persist for 15 minutes within this sword formation. Yes, it was entirely because of his physical body that he was able to persist now. Even though he was unable to dodge those energy swords couldn't do much to him as well. Because besides tearing open some injuries on his skin, those energy swords were utterly unable to deliver any lethal harm to him. Bang! Yan Yi slashed apart over 10 energy swords with a single strike of the sword, and the remaining 10 plus collided with his shoulder and limbs. The intense pain from his entire body caused the corners of Yan Ye's mouth to twitch, and he said in his heart, "If this continues, then I'll definitely be ground to death by this sword formation. I must think of a way to overcome it." When he thought up to here, Yan Yi casually stabbed apart a few energy swords that arrived before him, and then his gaze hurriedly swept through the surroundings as he said in his heart, "There's definitely a way, there definitely is. I just have to find the method to deal with these energy swords, and only then would I be able to overcome this level." Yan Yi truly desired to sit down and slowly think of a method to deal with the sword formation, but would the sword formation give him that chance? 100 energy swords would arrive after every 5 breaths of time, and it would absolutely be on time. So, Yan Yi had to deal with the energy swords while swiftly contemplating a method to overcome the sword formation. Needless to say, this really tested the quickness of his mind. After another hour passed, not only had Yan Yi not thought of a good method, he didn't seem like a person any longer. At this moment, his clothes had already vanished completely since a long time ago, and his entire body was exposed in the air. It wasn't just that, his entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed as if he'd bathed in blood. It was an extremely terrifying and hideous sight. What a freakish sword formation! Who the fuck made such a formation? Is this really used to test disciples and not to torture? As he felt the intense pain and discomfort that came from his entire body, Yan Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. Since the sword formation was activated until now, this period of time could really be considered as torture for him, and if it was an ordinary person in his place, that person would have probably been struck down by the energy swords and then perished on the spot. However, he didn't. Since the beginning, he felt truly fortunate that his physical body was formidable, and it could resist these energy swords. However, at this moment, he wished for nothing more than to have a slightly weaker body. Why? Because it was precisely the strength of his physical body that created his current appearance. If his physical body was comparable to a king-rank dark beast, then these energy swords would be like scratching an itch for him. However, the problem was his physical body wasn't that strong. His physical defense carried a certain amount of resistance towards these energy swords, yet it wasn't able to fully resist them. So, it had created the current circumstances where the energy swords could cut open his skin yet were unable to cause any lethal harm to him. To put it simply, it would hurt, yet it wouldn't take his life. If this wasn't torture, then what was? In the past, Yang Yi had heard about the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. He hadn't witnessed it, but he'd experienced it himself right now. However, Yang Yi noticed an occurrence that could be said to be favorable to him, and it was that at the same time his entire body was sliced apart, the tiny vortex within his body seemed to really approve of his body's current state. Because the tiny vortex took the initiative to ceaselessly send gold profound energy through his entire body, and it repaired the injuries his body sustained. Why did he feel like the tiny vortex approved of his current state? Because Yang Yi had observed carefully in the past. So long as his body suffered extremely great harm, then the tiny vortex would automatically repair his body, and he didn't have to circulate his profound energy by himself at all. Moreover, if the golden profound energy within his normal dantian was insufficient, then the tiny vortex would allow the golden profound energy within it to flow out, and it was extremely generous at such moments. This caused Yang Yi to be extremely puzzled. However, he didn't have the time to care about all of this now. Presently, he was facing an even greater problem, and it was how he should deal with these energy swords. Yang Ye's mind spun swiftly. He had to think of a way right now. Otherwise, if this continued, then he would definitely be tortured to death. Even though the tiny vortex had taken the initiative to repair his body. But it was obvious that he received injuries more swiftly than they were repaired, and if this went on, then not only would it be a form of inhuman suffering to him, it would probably endanger his life. Because Yang Yi didn't dare guarantee whether this was still within an illusion. The formidableness and some other characteristics of this sword formation coincided extremely well with what the old man had said, so the old man might not have been formed from the illusion realm, or even if he was formed from the illusion realm, the old man's words were true. In short, no matter what, Yang Yi didn't dare take this gamble, so he had to survive even if it was really an illusion. Another hour passed. Yang Yi already showed signs of exhaustion. No matter if it was his strength or speed, they'd obviously decreased. This discovered caused the hairs on Yang Ye's entire body to stand on end. Because when he fought the sword servants earlier, he would at most be tired in the heart and exhausted in spirit, but the various aspects of his body were completely fine. Yet now, problems had arisen in his body, so what did that mean? It meant that it might really not be an illusion. Yang Yi took a deep breath while he tried hard to calm himself down. If he still didn't calm down in such a situation, then he would be truly courting death. Suddenly, Yang Ye's eyes lit up as he thought of a method. He acted as soon as he thought of it. Right when those 30+ energy swords arrived before Yang Yi, he didn't collide forcefully with them as he had in the past. He abandoned his defense and offense instead, and then he executed the sword control technique towards those 30+ energy swords that had arrived before him. When those energy swords that were on the verge of stabbing into Yang Ye's face, chest, and various other vital points, a strange scene appeared. Under the control of Yang Ye's will, those energy swords suddenly moved a few centimeters to the side. Hiss! The 30+ energy swords collided with Yang Ye's body, and then fresh blood flowed once more from his body. However, Yang Yi seemed as if he hadn't felt the intense pain that came from his entire body, and he was excited to the point he almost leaped up with joy. Because the sword control technique could actually control energy swords that had no owner. This discovered caused Yang Yi to feel as if he'd suddenly found a fire in a bottomless abyss. So, how could he not be excited and delighted? After this, it was comparatively more relaxed for Yang Yi. He first utilized his entire strength to shatter a few energy swords, and then he executed the sword control technique to control the remaining energy swords and change their directions. Needless to say, this method was really good. Under such circumstances, the harm he received from the energy swords grew lesser and lesser. One's potential while residing in a hopeless situation was enormous. When Yang Yi practiced the sword control technique in the past, his improvement could be described as being as slow as a tortoise. Yet now, Yang Yi's improvement could be described as being at an amazing speed. In the beginning, he could only control a few energy swords, but 4 hours later, he was already able to effect over 10 energy swords. After 8 hours, he could already control almost 20 of the 30-plus energy swords. Time passed by gradually. After a day had passed, Yang Yi was already able to effect over 50 energy swords. However, he could only accomplish this in a certain area. But this was already sufficient for him. Presently, so long as an energy sword entered into an area of 30 m around him, it would be forcefully redirected by him, and then it would collide with other energy swords. It could be said that he was extremely relaxed now. 3 days passed. At this moment, besides being covered in blood and seeming to be slightly terrifying, Yang Yi wasn't in a sorry state any longer. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground while there wasn't a trace of a solemn or anxious expression on his face, and there was a relaxed expression there instead. The symbols in the surroundings trembled as a new round of energy swords attacked. The 100 energy swords shot violently towards Yang Yi from all directions, and they were swift as usual. As he gazed at those energy swords that shot explosively towards him, Yang Yi's face that was covered in blood had a smile that was practically impossible to notice hanging on it. When those 100 energy swords entered into an area of 3 m around him, they suddenly and mysteriously made a turn and shot explosively towards a different direction. Bang! The 100 energy swords collided with the wall, and the collision emanated an enormous explosion. Right when Yang Yi waited for the next round of attacks, a voice suddenly resounded in the spacious room. Good strength, good sword technique, good physical ability. You're very good. You can come here and cultivate in the future, and you can challenge the remaining 7 levels after you've attained the King Realm. As soon as this voice finished speaking and before Yang Yi could say anything, Yang Yi the heavens and the earth spin around him, and then a strand of dizziness came from his head. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi suddenly heard people seeming to be shouting his name from the surroundings. Yang Yi has come out! He has come out! You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.